Hello.
What up? What up?
Yo. Oh, let me adjust your volume here. Okay, can you test?
Hello, hello.
Hello, perfect. There we go.
Does that sound good?
Yes, sound perfect.
I have never used this app before.
It's very useful if you're a VTuber. It's very, but you can use it for like other things too. But it's well, I wouldn't call it like mainly a VTuber thing, but a lot of VTubers use it. So
I was gonna say, is this what you guys use to detect your face and all that stuff?
Oh no, it's oh,
sorry, no, go ahead.
Yes. What was your question?
Is it what VTubers use to detect their face and stuff? That's what
oh no, this is not the program. This is simply to allow VTubers to put each other on screen. That's what I was gonna mention.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and what was your question? Blonde said he got called into work, so unfortunate.
Oh, he's not here?
Yeah, he mentioned
he's cooked?
Yeah, 30 minutes ago. I got called into work, won't be able tonight. Yeah. So I have a picture of Blonde at the
I see it now.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll be using that in place of his camera.
I'll put it up. All right, yeah. So guys, we're missing Blonde Bear tonight. I'll do the intro. I'll explain it in the intro. We're missing Blonde tonight, and we are instead putting up. Hold on.
We have a new official member of the Oldmoon podcast.
Oh.
I'm also a little bit sick, so I apologize if I sound a little under the weather.
That picture is so funny.
It's a dead eye. It's a dead eye.
I love it. I just can't figure out how to work it in. I guess I'll just put it where the art normally goes, and then I'll put the art somewhere else.
Oh, I just put it in like the camera box, if that makes sense. I just replaced that.
Yeah, it's different dimensions, so I don't want to mess up his camera box for the future. Okay, so hold on, there's some beautiful art. That's a looking emote.
It's the Rosalind outfit, if you recognize that.
Of course I do. The Rosalind outfit's one of my favorites. It's one of my Dark Knight outfits. Well, actually, I don't know if I have it on my Dark Knight currently. Actually, I think I do. Okay, I will just smush it. I'll put Blonde where he normally goes. I'll just smush it. There we go.
Dang, I had some really good Blonde specific questions for tonight.
I wanted to hear the arguments live.
The front row seat, y'all.
Arguments live. Dude, why is it always me and Blonde arguing? Jay never.
I wanted to be here for it.
He's too much of a pussy to get involved.
I'll try.
It's gonna piss off Blonde or me. He's like, I'm gonna stay on this fence. Yeah, I'm gonna stay over here.
Also, thank you guys for putting the podcast on Spotify. I automatically listen to it on my way to work.
Let's go.
Be so happy he heard you say that.
I'm so serious.
Good.
I don't know when. I think it was a few episodes back when you guys mentioned that you put it on Spotify. I went, no shot, I've been using YouTube on the train this entire time, and I could use Spotify.
Yep, it's on Spotify. It's been on Spotify since the
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to mention it at the end of each podcast, but it's at the very end. So maybe you're right. I should just mention it at the beginning. I haven't checked our analytics on Spotify in a while, but yeah, there's a few hundred people that listen to it every week on Spotify. And like, I don't know. I was like, it was my first attempt at a podcast, and I was like, you know what? I'm putting it on Spotify.
Might as well, right?
I was on this arc where I was still learning about content creation, and I was like, why don't I just blanket cover every single platform and see which ones are good? And so like I was low key testing Apple Podcasts and Spotify, you know, in addition to like Twitch and YouTube at the time, which, you know, it worked, but like I got the data analytics that I needed from it. And I checked their comments and stuff on Spotify too. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna put Azure where Blonde normally goes then. Hold on.
I've been promoted.
You are promoted.
I've been promoted.
I feel like Azure, it's weird. I feel like I should have collabed with you at least once by now. I watch all of your videos.
No, I appreciate it.
Literally every one. No, I appreciate you. We appreciate each other. That is the beauty of the React content.
The amount of people in my chat that have asked me questions about how I feel about it, and I'm like, dude, it doesn't harm either of us unless he's. I feel like it's fine either way, unless.
Right. Unless I like
no, I mean,
publish it like right away. I think
I feel
harmful to you if I publish it immediately. Like that in that case, but.
No, not even that, but like people, for example, if you were to just like sit there and go AFK and play the video, like that would be a little bit annoying, but
yeah,
no, I think the transformative content, you do it really well. So,
well, thanks. Yeah, no, I love content like that because like, bro, it's just endless. We just go around and around. It's just like, bro, Pistanity and I had a good thing going. It was the same thing. Like he would make all these highlights and shit, and then I would just react to all the highlights. And then he would get visibility and I would get visibility. He was making money and I was making money. And around we went until he got demonetized. Then it was cooked.
Unfortunate.
And it was cooked.
Now you got Heido highlights.
Bro, he stopped, bro. He hasn't made a video in like 3 or 4 weeks now. Like,
really?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, dude was pumping out a video a day. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, man, it's hard. I'll be honest with you, that grind over like you try to do that over like a month or two. I think people start to understand how hard it is.
Mm-hmm.
People just don't understand how ridiculously consistent you have to be and just dedicated to getting it done. Now, I'm not saying that he's not, but like I think he just burned out. Like, cause like, dude, he did it very consistently for like a couple months, and then I think he had to take like a 2 or 3 week break, and now he's on like another 3 week break. So now we're a little cooked. Yeah, this is my new account. This is my Blue Squad Chill account. There's no ads or anything on this account. This account is mainly so that I can play other games without worrying about tanking my viewership into a bit like into unsustainable levels for myself. So like sponsorships always give you money based on your average viewership. And so if I have really good viewership in Black Desert Online and Throne and Liberty, and then like when new games come out, I have pretty solid viewership in the new games too, but like only for a certain amount of time. But like if I want to go and play like Naraka Blade Point or Guild Wars 2 or some other game like that, homie, you are asking to get turboed. You know what I mean? So like instead, I was like, you know what? I shouldn't be afraid to stream these other games. I want to do this stuff. So we're doing Blue Squad Chill. And the next evolution of this channel is Blue Squad Plays, which will be another YouTube channel where I have like game playthroughs, basically cut up game playthroughs that I'll just publish. And then I'll make my Patreon off of this channel and vlogging content as well, where I play Frisbee with Basil and post stuff like that, or I explain to people what I'm working on and different projects and stuff like that, and like where my headspace is and where I'm at on certain issues and whatnot. Like I think, again, Patreon content I think is for the people that are most dedicated, that want to give me extra money every month, and I'll go the extra mile for them. So that's the next two immediate things that we're gonna see out of me. First, it was the Twitch channel,
and then the OF content. Yup.
Bro, you are insane. That's what they asked for during the subathon. That's what they asked for during the subathon. It was a sub goal, and then they reached it, and I was like, guys, can I just make a Patreon? Like, yeah, we were just memeing. And then like half of chat, they were like, we were memeing?
We were.
I was like, bro, this is fucking crazy, bro.
These people gotta give them what they want.
These people are insane. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not doing that. That is.
It could just be, pictures of your head, people.
I'm not. Dude, that'll be the first Patreon post.
Yeah.
Ex-teacher turns OnlyFans creator.
Oh, true.
Normally it happens in reverse. normally it's a teacher gets caught doing OnlyFans. Like,
oh.
That's
We had a
creepy.
teacher in my where I live here. Right around the time I was getting fired for looking at women that aren't real on the internet and saying they're attractive. There was a female teacher at a nearby school that got caught with an OnlyFans, and all of her male students were subscribed to the OnlyFans.
That's
And so naturally, she got in trouble. But the funny thing is, she was asked to resign. She was given administrative leave and asked to resign. I was just outright fired for saying that my Dark Knight's hot. Like I was just outright fired. So like I don't even know. This girl is literally like and to be clear, I don't think that she should have been fired either. Like I think that if you want to ask her to resign, sure. But like firing is like again, teachers have to be able to make ends meet. If you don't want teachers, if you want to hold teachers to the standard of not making money in their free time, then you need to pay teachers more money. That's my take on it. Like you got to pay people. You got to pay teachers more money, in my opinion. If you're going to hold them to that kind of a high standard like that, like teachers got to do what they got to do. Otherwise, you live on the poverty line, man. I would know. Like, dude, you're poor, like really poor, and it's not a fun time. Okay, all right. Now, enough about the serious issues. Let's talk about the real issues.
Yup.
All right, so let me mute my music here. We're gonna pretend that the Balanos Overture just finished. Let me jag Jay above podcast guest so that his hair is low-key playing with the bottom of your sweatshirt. There we go. That looks better. All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Oldmoon podcast, episode 78.
Nope. It's labeled right there. We're at the
70. Wait, where? Hold on. I'm scrolled all the way up to
at the top.
I'm
It's
scrolled all the way up
labeled
to
at the
episode 80.
yes.
Episode 80.
First try.
Dude, I had to scroll all the way up to find it. You need to understand that's
it's
a
pinned.
lot of
It's
reading.
pinned on the.
Okay. It's
Yeah, I was shocked when you sent that
making it
much.
defense, Jay. You're not supposed to talk when the podcast is live. We talked about
Oops.
this. Yeah. All right. I'm Blue Squadron, joined by my normal co-host, JaykunVT.
Hi, my name is Jaykun. I do a lot of endgame content such as Olin's, Golden Pig Ape, the new Orzekia Zone. You can find me live over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V before the T.
All right. And Blonde Bear tonight got called into work, which is tragic because usually we plan the podcast around his work schedule. Absolutely tragic. So just getting run ragged. So we have a nice wanted poster here for him. And our special guest that was going to be on tonight is now in as the new co-host, Azure,
Promoted.
my man.
Hello. Is this right intro?
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Yes,
Yeah, what
bro.
do
Yeah.
I'm nervous, man.
You're a content creator, bro. Act like one.
My bad. Yeah, but I'm a YouTuber, bro. All right, welcome or hello. My name is Azure. My name is Matthew IRL, but I go by Azure on video and online and stuff. I primarily focus on my YouTube channel where I make story-based progression content. More so known recently in the past year or so with my Iron Man account. It's been a blast, and I'm very grateful for you guys to have me here. So thank you.
Right on. Sorry, I'm like scarfing down soup. As we talk, for those of you that have been following my YouTube channel for a while, you know that I watch a lot of Azure's videos. Like I've been following that since it began. And then my Iron Man account was a direct inspiration off of Azure and then Sickloot as well. But like, cause I watch both of them, but like that content is directly basically tied to what Azure did. It's just kind of my spin on it. So let's talk about the Iron Man stuff first. What made you want to hurt yourself in this way?
So originally what made me want to do the Iron Man account, I initially didn't want to do it. This was around the time before my Iron Man series. I was doing a Road to 700 Gear Score series, and this was over a year ago. This was before Sovereign Weapons, before CARES Act accessories. So I think 700 Gear Score was, a bit more of a stretch to reach than it is now, whereas you could just get like a free pen blocks or whatever.
Mhm.
But basically at the time, Sicklu and another content creator known as Quinny M8, I don't believe he makes content currently. I think he's, doing stuff IRL, whatever. But him and Sicklu were both doing their Iron Man series and, being a smaller content creator, we all talked amongst each other, and they were just like, "Oh, well, your series is coming to an end. Like, you should try out the Iron Man stuff." And I went, "Like, can we cuss on this? Right? Yeah." I was like, "No way, I'm not doing this. This is so
you can cuss, you're
stupid."
fine.
Okay, perfect. I was like, "Hell no, I'm not doing this, man. This sounds so dumb. Like, why would I do that?" And then after I hit 700 Q score, I edited that video, put that out. And then I forgot what it was. It was just like the places at the time where after 700 Q score, the monotonous grind was just so boring to me. So I went, you know what? Let's make an account. Let's try it. I made the first episode and I was sitting there editing it and I was like, this was actually really fun to do. So yeah, that's what got me into it. Primarily shout out to Sicklu and Quinny M8 for getting me into that, kind of nudging me into that direction. And yeah, that's what really got me into it. And I
that's
love
great.
it.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I had the first reaction you did. I had the same exact reaction. People, my own viewers, like I started watching your videos and I started watching Sicklu's videos. And people were like, you should do this too. And I'm like, you guys are crazy. You are insane if you think I'm going to harm myself in this nature. I'll get banned on Twitch. There is no way. And then Prolibus went and ruined their game. So I decided that it would be better if like I would enjoy the game more if I just played it my way. So I started thinking of an Iron Man at like a BDO classic Iron Man. And the funny thing is now I enjoy the game more on the BDO classic Iron Man than I do on my main account normally. And so, but I've like kind of struck this balance now where like when I'm not enjoying like the main game, we'll call it retail. When I'm not enjoying the main game or they haven't released content in a while and I'm not like, I just don't want to play on my main account or progress, I will just play on the Iron Man. And then when they release really good content, like we're going to talk about later, like the dungeon and stuff, I will turn around and go grind that new content and like enjoy that so that I can enjoy the game no matter what is going on. Because BDO is kind of a game, it's unique in this way that you can play it whatever way you want. You're only really trapped by your own imagination in this case. So like, again, yeah, like my Iron Man, so you have more of a traditional Iron Man. Your Iron Man is just no Pearl Shop, no Central Market Warehouse, and then you're allowed to have event items, right?
So I kind of cherry pick the event items. For example, if like with the seals that you get in your currency tab, if they hand out a 200 stack, I don't take it. If they give out like 5,000 crons, I don't take it. If it's like tiny, like if it's 10 cron stones for logging in, yeah, I'll take that. But I think the items that, you know, would really boost my or accelerate my progression in the game. Like, again, I mean, I'm sure that you guys both have played for a while. I know you both have played for a while. Back in the day when you were building your fail stacks on reblath gear, etc. I remember back then, like building fail stacks was really fun. I remember doing, I think like way back in the day, building, you would do the Valencia 2 questline on a new character every time to get a free 50 or 60 stack from a questline. That was really fun. So anytime that they do hand out items like a 200 stack or anything that I think, you know, is too much of a freebie, I don't take it. It is cherry picking, but that's where my stance is on it.
Well, I'm the same way with this stuff. Like you could say it's cherry picking, but like again, I run a BDO classic, so it's no Pearl Shop, no Central Market, but I can't do anything or go anywhere that wasn't around in the game in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
That means that events, I will take items that were around in 2017, but I can't take, in my opinion. So again, I'm cherry picking items. I'm not going to take anything that wasn't around in 2017. So like, I'll literally just like the enhancement help kit box, I'll open it and just take like the sharps or whatever out of that. But enhancement help kit boxes were not handed out back in 2017, technically. However, they used to hand out sharps all the time. And their new way of handing out sharps is handing out those health kit boxes and stuff. So I will allow myself to kind of collect items that are from that era. So I think that's fair. But like, honestly, okay, so how did you develop the goal for your Iron Man? Your goal for the Iron Man is 700 gear score. What gear score are you on it currently now?
I think currently, without the release of my newest episode, I'm at like 611 gear score, around there.
Okay,
but
and your goal is 700, right?
My goal is 700. The more and more that I play on it, the more I'm kind of like, okay, wait, this goal is a little bit, you know, of a climb to achieve. But I mean, I've already sunk a year worth of time into it. I mean, I started the account last February of 2024, and I feel like
Wow.
if I were to change any of the rules or anything now, I don't know. I feel like the integrity of the challenge just wouldn't be the same.
Yep.
So I plan to stick to it. Once I hit 700 gear score, I hit 700 gear score. A lot of people ask me if I'm going to do Sovereign and Karazad. I'm not doing it. Those weren't items in the game when I first created the account, and I feel as though if I were to accept the Karazad or the Sovereign weapons and utilize those, it would accelerate progression. And at the end of the day, I'm doing it because I purely am having fun with it. I enjoy making the
Mhm.
content that I get from it, and I feel as though if I were to accelerate progression, I would just not have fun with it. So if it takes me another year and a half, 2 years, then it does. But
Actually,
Bro,
you mentioning
base.
the rules, I think this is a good time to interject to explain, because I know someone's gonna ask in the comments like, oh, what is an Iron Man, and what are you like, what is it all about? And so for viewers and listeners who aren't familiar with the concept of what it is, it's generally just a way to play the game with more difficult conditions in order to get a more challenging experience. And I actually did just a little bit of research on why it's called Iron Man in the first place, and it turns out like one of the first games to implement this mode was a game called Civilizations 2 back in like 1996, and the game just featured like reloadable saves. So if you ever had like a major mistake or just like a bad decision, that was permanent. And then from there on, the concept like just kept going on, catching on to other games began to adopt more, similar difficulty modes. And then players themselves also help to develop the concept by doing these like self-imposed. I mean, Azure's doing one of those like self-imposed Iron Man modes, meaning they created their own rules and then they could experience the game in a more challenging way that, whenever the game didn't offer an actual Iron Man mode in the first place. And then I wanted to ask also, since we're on this topic, like, would you have preferred if BDO had like an officially implemented Iron mode, or like do you enjoy it more because you have your own like self-imposed rules on it?
Bro, he stole that directly from Sickloot's new video, you shameless.
I have not watched
person.
any.
Sickloot released a video on this literally yesterday. It's one of
I
the
think it
first
was
talking head
pretty
videos
big.
I've ever seen him released. Yeah. And
think-
Aster, you're the expert here. I'll let you speak on it first.
Okay, so whenever it comes to the Iron Man's channel, I didn't even know that what was it, Civilization 2 from I wasn't even around then, so I didn't even know that was a thing. I learned the game mode from RuneScape, old school RuneScape. I think they got to a point where they, made a game mode where you can create a character known as an Iron Man, and then you can essentially play the game of old school RuneScape, but you can't access what is the equivalent to BDO being the central market. You can't buy items like with real money, etc. You can't trade with other players. I know in BDO there's not really trading. I know you can trade like minor health potions to each other, but you can't trade like, Fallen God gear. You can't trade black stars and stuff like that to each other. So that's where I've kind of, adopted a lot of those rules from. I mean, the base thing of an Iron Man, I think at its foundation, it's just no pearl shop, no central market. I think these self-imposed rules that players can choose and pick between what they want to do, I think is really cool. I think if BDO were to make an official version, I would be very skeptical of how they were to go about it, because I think Blue made a video about it, or I think he reacted to it yesterday on his stream, Sicklu's video. As we've seen with previous game modes that they've implemented, I guess more so recently with the hardcore server. I personally have not played on the hardcore server simply because my class isn't on it. But we can get to that later if you guys want. But I would like to see what they can do with it. I would be curious, but I think at the end of the day, the individual player would have more fun with self-imposed rules. Again, as long as they follow the foundation of no central market and no pearl shop, you can literally do whatever you want with it. If you want to accept the free goodies that they give out, like the pen black star, the tech black star, etc., you're more than welcome to. If you don't want to and you want to play like a more traditional, whereas like Blue is doing 2017 and before, you can do that. I know Fake Uni has his hardcore server as well. Like the self-imposed rules allow you to make it the most fun, or whatever way you would find it to be the most fun. And I think that's interesting. But I would be curious as to see if PA were to ever, have their rendition of it. I'm curious as to how they would execute it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Honestly, Jay, you haven't got. I'll give my opinion last, because I'm a yapper. I'm a professional yapper.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I'll go first, and then I'm going to ask Jay. I'm going to ask you a question that will lead into it. How about that? Okay, my opinion on it. As I stated when I saw Sickloot's video, and I strongly recommend that you go watch Sickloot's video on it because it just came out like yesterday. So my react to it won't come out for a few days in order to give his video time to cook on its own in the algorithm. But my opinion on it is that I think that they would just mess it up. Sincerely, I don't think. I mean, we just saw what their definition of a hardcore server. I mean, they had something really good. Like they had actually, like, I'll be honest with you, the foundation of the hardcore mode, I think interested a lot of people. I think people were interested in doing it. I think that it looked fun for a lot of people, and people that even weren't PvPers were probably going to try it. The problem ended up being, they just decided to limit it to 4 classes, and no matter what feedback we try to give them, they're just not going to listen to us. And so like, they just got to put their own spin on everything, man. It's so frustrating. At the end of the day, I just feel like that they would find a way to kind of destroy the integrity of the game mode, because I think that they probably would misunderstand why people enjoy Iron Man so much. And to be fair, to their credit, people enjoy Iron Mans for different reasons. Like if I ask Azure why he enjoys his Iron Man, he's going to give you 10 different reasons than I would. My Iron Man, I enjoy it because I get to share my knowledge with chat that I had about the game back then, and like explain like stories and stuff that I used to go through back in the day that, you know, they never would have heard before. And like, I get to reminisce about that kind of thing and kind of flex my knowledge of what the game looked like in 2017 and stuff. And I think that people find that really cool. But most importantly, my chat finds my suffering oh so sweet and satisfying. And so like, there's just different aspects of it that I think people really like. And I think that they would just miss the mark on it. I think that, again, he focused a lot on monetization in his video, and I don't worry as much about monetization. I think that overall they would find a way to monetize it in a reasonable manner. Okay, now Jay, you are the only person here that has not done an Iron Man.
I have not.
Now, you've seen all of these other content creators do an Iron Man. Why haven't you tried one yet? And do you think you're interested in trying one in the near future? Because, like, let's be honest, both Azure and I went through the same like stages of denial. when we were like, no, I definitely don't want to do that. And then we like,
that's where I am right now, but I don't know if it's denial.
In these stages?
I don't know if it's denial. It's just, I just don't find it very appealing. And I'm on the side of not wanting to suffer, so I just like to chill. That's why I usually avoid Iron Man modes or like hardcore modes and whatnot. But also, like, what is your BDO? You know what I've noticed from like streams that I've seen like on the hardcore servers, right? I remember last week Blonde was like, oh, it's a mistranslation, it's not really a hardcore mode. But was like, what would be the definition of a hardcore mode for you guys? Is it like, what isn't even the difference between an Iron Man mode and a hardcore mode? They're both like ways to make the game harder, but like, is there like a boundary that really sets them apart, you know?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
Traditionally, Iron Man is just like a really hard way of playing the game with limitations, and you have a set end game goal that you're getting to, like long term in the game. So like, versus a hardcore mode, when people think of a traditional hardcore mode, you have to think of like Path of Exile. A lot of people think of hardcore classic WoW as well. That's not just playing the game like with limitations. That's kind of playing the game without dying. Okay, so it's harder than
Iron Man
without
just
without dying. No, I would say again for Path of Exile, again, it's just the normal game without dying. If you want to do like solo self-found hardcore, that's a different version. Solo self-found hardcore is basically an Iron Man in addition to hardcore. So basically, in Path of Exile, it would be like, okay, well, I can only have items dropped by other people, right? Or I mean, I can only have items dropped by me. Okay, so like whatever I find, I have to play with. So like your build kind of evolves based on that, and then if you die, you have to start all over again. You lose everything. So like that is extremely difficult. Okay, Iron Man would be like the Iron Man version of that would be like, okay, this is on this account, I can only use items dropped by me, but I'm allowed to die.
Oh, just solo self-found. Okay.
Yeah, so you just be like solo self-found in that case. And again, in the BDO, in WoW Classic, normal WoW Classic is just, well, the game, right? And WoW Classic Hardcore is the game, but you can't die, right? So there's not really any limitations on what you can do. But like, and then if you look at OnlyFans, it was hardcore, so you can't die, and also guild self-found, so you can only use items that are found by the guild, right? So like it was artificially made even harder in that way, right? So like that's the difference between the two modes. And Fake Uni is running a hardcore mode. I just find it really funny that what the content creators are doing right now is because the game, the normal like I'm gonna call it retail again. The retail game is, we just get tired of it. Look, it's true. Like sometimes you just don't want to play. You don't feel the motivation to grind. It is what it is, and so you have to figure out a way to do it yourself. And so we look at Sick Loot and Azure, and we're like, you know what? Maybe they have the right idea. So I make Video Classic, and then Fake is like, I can't do that, so I guess I'm gonna do hardcore. So he is doing, and what Fake is doing, to be clear, he's doing a hardcore Iron Man. Is probably the correct. He's not just doing hardcore, he's doing hardcore Iron Man. So he is doing the game on hard mode, like it's solo self-found kind of deals. Solo self-found hardcore. That is the hardest possible iteration of the game that you can have. My understanding is he's not even using pets, although somebody told me recently that like he's allowed them now because
he does allow them now.
Okay, all right.
He allows them now, but it's like you have to carry a sheep to Garmoth. You have to carry a sheep to various different regions in the game in order to unlock a pet slot.
That's
sheep.
Interesting. Yeah. And like I just, there's a certain point where like I don't want to do that. Like when he originally introduced it, I think he was hoping that I would get involved in it, and I was like, no, because in my opinion, hardcore in BDO, I think destroys the integrity of BDO, or why a lot of players like BDO, particularly myself. The reason I started playing BDO in the first place, and people in the comment section on YouTube and then in the Twitch chat can kind of give their 2 cents on this, and then I'll ask for your guys' opinion too. When I started BDO, the reason I liked the game so much was that when I logged in and I played the game for 10 hours, I got 10 hours of progression. I got to just, like, my account progressed no matter what. You know what I mean? And like that was different than League of Legends, where I could play all night and end up with a lower LP and want to kill my firstborn character. You know what I mean? Like it was just miserable. So it was like the first game that I had where I was like, oh my God, I can always progress, and I can just play it long term, play it like a marathon, and play it as much or as little as I want, and play however I want. This is the perfect game for me. Hardcore, in my opinion, kind of destroys that fabric, because like at any point you just like lose all of your progress, and that's, I don't know. It's just not an appealing game mode for me. And so I'm curious, Azure, you're somebody that enjoys the Iron Man. Are you somebody that would get into hardcore? Is this something that interests you, or no?
So personally, yes. There's obviously, with me playing on my current Iron Man account, obviously, once I achieve the goal of 700 gear score, it's like, okay, well, what's next? So I just go back to my main account. What do I do, right? I do have like some things that I'm in the works with that I would love to, tease later on. But in terms of hardcore, it does interest me to a point where I would love to try it. I think that when it comes to hardcore, I agree where it's, with BDO, BDO's it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You're playing this game for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. You know what I mean? I think as a hardcore player, with the current state of the game, right, included with Kara's accessories, sovereign weapons, at that point of the game, if you were to be playing a hardcore mode and your goal is to achieve where that level of gear is at, losing all that, I would just uninstall the game. You know what I mean? Like that would suck, right?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying.
But I do like the idea. I mean, we've even seen Blade Bowquest is back. I mean, I was on the tail end of whenever he was playing. Yeah, he's been playing on Fake Unis. I mean, I knew of Blade Bowquest because around the time that I started playing is when he was, I think, leaving, or there was controversy. I don't know what it was exactly. But I know that he has a big name. I know that he's very reputable, whatever. I think the idea of a hardcore where the goal wouldn't be, sovereign weapons, cares that accessories, fallen god gear, something similar like what Blue's doing, where it's like 2017 era. I think if you were to, numb it back a little or dull it back a little bit, maybe gear score cap would be like 500. I don't remember way back then what like the gear, like what a yeah, I don't remember like what a super achievable, like if you saw someone with a pant, whatever. But I think if there was a hardcore mode, or if I were to ever challenge or tackle a hardcore series, I think having a goal of like 500, 550 would be more so where I would want to shoot for, just because I mean, watching Fake series, I mean, it's entertaining. Like that's really cool. The fact that he's been able to accumulate what 2 guilds worth of people to play this game mode, that's so cool. I feel as though if there was ever a hardcore server that like PA were to ever officially put out, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but at some point in the game, the only threat to you is world bosses, like or other players. You know, like it unless you're grinding at those Elvia spots or anything higher than that, where you actually have a high risk of dying. But like Helms, Sawsons, like you're not gonna die there. You know what I mean? Especially if you have like Chrono Gear and stuff. I think it'd be really cool if they did like a BDO classic, but there was a classic and a hardcore, similar to how whenever you log onto the game now and you have all of your servers and then there's the hardcore server. I think if there was 1 to 3 classic servers and then a hardcore one, but it was BDO classic, like pre-Comaslovia kind of age, that would be so cool. I would definitely take on that.
Yeah, I agree. And Jay, let's hear your take on it. Like,
I would never play any sort of hardcore thing. As you mentioned before, losing all your progress is not a good feeling. But I will say that there are games out there that, when executed well, it's really entertaining and fun. And you mentioned before Path of Exile. I mean, that's a really popular one, right? And I think it does it really well just because of the dynamic of the time frame it is in. It's like season by season, like 2-3 month seasons, right? So it's not like that much progress loss, and you can kind of like start over. And I think it's like really well executed because there's this complex skill tree, right? And that really tests the player's ability to create a build to withstand a lot of the crazy mechanics that the game has, especially with the end game bosses. I still follow a lot of PoE content creators, and some of those crazy bosses, or finding extremely rare loot in hardcore makes it really, entertaining content because of that, risk factor and stuff like that, RNG factors. Of course, there's always that competitive aspect too with every new season, the race to beat this boss or the race to reaching level 100 on hardcore. So I do see like the appeal of it, but it's not that appealing to me. as for the player that I am, it's fun to watch though. I love watching the compilation videos where people die and they have like the reaction, like the crazy whatever happened on screen is et cetera. So
yeah, I'm actually curious what the community thinks about it. Like, what version of hardcore or Iron Man would they enjoy the most? Personally, you want my dream Iron Man? I was thinking about this when Fake made his guild. I threw it out there as a suggestion. I don't think Fake is interested in it because I think he would have told me if he was. Because I like it. But my interest in it would be like kind of what Fake Uni is doing, in that it's not hardcore, just be an Iron Man guild. Everybody's on no central marketplace, no Pearl Shop, classic BDO rules, which would be relatively easy to enforce. You're limited to 3 servers. So my guild is limited to 3 servers, and the other guild, in this case, we'll say it's Azur's guild. Azur would have a guild too. His guild is also limited to those same 3 servers. And both of our guilds are decked permanently around the clock. Okay. And we can, and we just fight each other. Like, so I think it would be so cool to have 2 content creators make 2 different guilds, and both of them are Iron Man guilds. And just like the old days, you're permanently decked on each other all the time, and you're trying to prevent each other from getting resources. You can only go to like Balanos, Serendia, Calpheon, Medaya, Valencia. Okay, so there's only a limited grind zones that you can actually go to on a total of 3 different servers, right? You can't leave the 3 different servers, and there's no real way to avoid the PvP overall. And so you're all competing with each other, and you all have to come out and help each other, like with GVGs and stuff. Like, dude, like that would be fun. Like I would have a good time with that. The problem is, I don't know if there's a content creator that really wants to do that, because like you're asking for someone to literally run a guild essentially, and like a hardcore guild. This would be like the equivalent of running like a siege guild in terms of time commitment, because you're going to have HR issues. You're going to have to try to manage people trying to cheat. You're going to have to manage GVGs all the time. We could try to node war against each other, which would be insane. Although chat suggested node warring against each other, and I said, I completely agree, chat. I think that if Digital or Corrupt or any of those guilds heard that Blue Squadron was going to show up to a node war with 100 other players that were all like 400 gear score, Yeah, you're probably right. They probably wouldn't drop to just absolutely farm us with their sovereign weapons. That probably wouldn't happen. But like, no way that our PvP scene would ever do something like that. No way. But if we could get a node war off, God, wouldn't that be sick though? With like just like the BDO classic gear where everybody's wearing like the best thing you can have is like Dim Tree, Zarka, or well, I guess often wouldn't exist. So like Zarka or Laverto. You know, Grunil, everybody's in Grunil, like everybody's racing for their gear and out there grinding. I think it would be kind of a super cool event for the community to run. I think a lot of content creators might actually get involved in it because there would be a lot of content to have there. I mean, you'd always be fighting, you always be grinding, you always be going, right? And like every day you're seeing like meaningful progression, which I think would snowball even more guilds into the game mode, which I don't know, man. I think it could be really cool. I think there would be a lot of interest with it, but like, I don't know. Azure, I'm curious. Would you be interested in something like that?
I think it would be really interesting. The one thing that this may be because I didn't play back in the day. I mean, I played, I think I purchased BDO like for the Christmas sale of like 2017, 2018, but I didn't really start getting into it until around COVID. But all of my IRL friends, like my group of 7 to 8 friends or something, they all played this game. So by affiliation, I started playing it because I was the only one not playing it. But whenever it comes to that type of game mode, like where you're saying, where if you had two, Titan content creators, let's say you and Fake Uni, and you both have a guild and you're playing on opposing servers, but then like you could interject and then fight over resources, etc. I think that would be really cool. But then that poses the question of, okay, well, what if like with the hardcore servers? I think Mr. Rapolis covered this in one of his videos, like the grouping or the ganging up on one person. Like, does that, like, is there a rule of that? Is there a factor into that? Like, how would that go? Because then it's just, okay, well, let's say one person loads in the game. Is there an automatic safe spot where they can't be killed until level 50? Or are they allowed to be killed up until level 50? Because, I mean, in hardcore WoW, I think if you open fight someone regardless of what level, I think you can still die. I'm not exactly sure. But it definitely sounds really interesting. I would love to consume that content. I don't know if I would be, one of the people that would want to lead that. I would definitely want to be the participant in it. But I think that would be really fun. I would enjoy something like that.
Yeah. So no limit on PvP. If you need help in PvP, you can swap servers, right? Because you have like the server swap. And if you logged in and somebody was camping you, you could just swap and then right away. Alternatively, you call for help. Because that's what we had to do back in the day. I can't tell you how many times I had to cry to get help for a Helm's guild mission. By the way, we'd have to make new guilds too, which means we would be racing to do guild missions so that we could get the guild buffs. Like the evasion and the accuracy and stuff like that would be sick too. Like, I think that, man, like that kind of an event, I think that people would enjoy it. I think people would enjoy consuming the content. The problem is, I don't know if there's a content creator out there that would really want to run that consistently. I think that there are content creators that would join, but running the guild and trying to make sure that everything was in order and stuff, and that everybody was playing by the rules. I don't know, man. Yeah. I think it would be kind of hard. And if they made a game mode like that, I would very thoroughly enjoy.
I was just saying, going back to your comment about being HR, I mean, I cannot even, like, Fake Uni, content creator, dad, husband, whatever, also trying to manage 100+ people to make sure that they're not using the central market, trying to make sure that they're not, going against any of the imposed rules. I can't even imagine the stress on that. I think it would only be fun to do if there was like a PA version of it where, you log into the character and you literally just cannot even open up the central market, or you can't do X, Y, or Z. But having to be in HR for that many people, that's too stressful, man. That's too much.
It would be easy. I'll be honest with you. It'd be easy to make sure that people aren't cheating. It's really simple. Just have them open up their marketplace. You can literally see if they've made any transactions at all. You can also just check and see if they have pearls.
Yeah, their history.
Like, it's
could do that.
Yeah, you can literally just see their history, bro. Like, there's your receipt right there. Yeah. And then, like, if anybody catches them on another server or sees them on another server, they're gone. And then they can't use items from other regions either. So anybody sees them leaving the region, boom, they're cooked too. Like, I think that cheating would absolutely be enforceable, like, so totally doable. I think that managing like HR issues and shit, like people don't understand what goes into running a guild a lot of the time. People laugh at like the HR issues, but I'm not even joking. If you've run a guild before, you know that, like, I don't know, someone's like, he took my grind spot, and then I was there, and then he didn't see me, and then I told him I was there, and then he wouldn't leave. We're both in the same it's cancer. Or I spoke to her first and she sent me the nudes first, and then like, but then she started sending nudes to somebody else. You'd be surprised the HR issues that you get up to in a BDO guild, man. Like, some of these people are literally crazy. So like, I don't know, there's the stuff that you deal with in guilds, although I think that, again, the game mode would be fun enough that I would be willing to do it, like, for sure. I think that level of PvP, it would keep me motivated. I would stream more. I'd probably stream a lot of my alt channel more as well. Mainly because we're live on the alt channel right now. Shameless plug right there, actually. Didn't even think about it, but I would stream on the alt channel more, very likely, because I'd have to be live at like all hours of the night sometimes when people call for GV. At everyone, yo, Sausage GVG Valencia 6, you know, like, okay, with the boys be coming, you know what I mean? Like, that's I miss that energy, bro, because that's how it used to be, bro. Like, that's how like the Pirates and Sausage GVGs, and then like the Gaha's GVGs and all that, that's how those were. It was fun. And I think that kind of a game mode would be fun. But like you said, I'm not interested in a hardcore. I think Iron Man fits Black Desert perfectly. I think the reason that no one has tried hardcore before, I think it's amazing that Fake's doing that. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
because again, at the Iron Man, I still have fun with the game, right? I'm having fun with the game. Fun. It doesn't destroy the foundation of why I love the game, which is like that permanent sense of progression. You know what I mean? Like, and the hardcore just basically undermines all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like that. I
go ahead.
Oh, my bad. You go. No, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and I was gonna say, so we've pretty much established that the hardcore mode in BDO is not really hardcore, and I lurk in a lot of people's streams, and I've seen that. You know what it kind of reminds me of, the mode? It gives me the vibes of an extraction type game, if you know what I mean by that, like Escape from Tarkov or Dark and Darker, where you essentially go in there with starting, basic starting equipment, and then you get points from grinding mobs and potential upgrades, and then you have limited amount of time, and you can choose to stay in there for a longer period of time to get more loot, right? Or have the risk of dying and losing a portion of what you had got, or you could cash out early, right? You get in there, get your loot, cash out early. Do you think that the reception of the mode would have been more positive if it was just labeled differently from a hardcore mode, like just something else? Because this is just, again, we've pretty much established this is not really hardcore BDO. It's something else, something it's not like the other girls, you know what I mean? So
True. I think that personally, I think it's mistranslated, and they just didn't bother to change it, which is really frustrating. Well, no, it's not just mistranslated. It can't be, because like they introduced it as hardcore, and I feel like someone at some point would have been like, hey, that means something different, you should name it something else. I feel like they intentionally named it hardcore. It could be a mistranslation, sure, but like, wouldn't the North American or EU GM team, anybody, have been like, hey, so this isn't really what it means in the West? Like, is this a Conqueror of Black Power situation? Like, that used to be a title in the game, and like nobody said anything about it. Like, it was like, bro, what is that title? For like years, it was in the game. We were like, what the hell?
Conqueror of Black Power?
And then
that was like,
yeah, it was called Conqueror of Black Power. So you would beat the Black Spirit in Medaya, because you have to fight the Black Spirit in Medaya. So in the developer's mind, they were like, yeah, you're the Conqueror of the Black Spirit. But what the title said was Conqueror of Black Power, which, let's be honest, in the West probably is going to be interpreted as something completely different. A little obnoxious, right? So like, I think that, again, the hardcore mode, they named it something that they shouldn't have. And that is a big gripe that a lot of content creators and I know community members have as well. But I'll be honest with you, that's just cherry picking. The game mode has way bigger issues. The game mode has way bigger issues, and it's sad because I actually think that it had potential. But you know what? I don't think they're going to change it. But
I was going to mention that I feel like because they labeled it as hardcore, it set up these kinds of expectations, and then because people did not get those expectations. It left a sour taste in people's mouths. And I do truly think that the game mode has potential. They just need to adjust like, the things that are wrong with it and improve the current aspects about it, and then maybe label it something else. Because I have had a lot of viewers say that they have a lot of fun, even though they don't play those 4 classes. They've had a lot of fun just going in there, just having this different way and style of playing BDO. And so I think that they can definitely like work on it. Work on. They did say this was like a, what's it called, like a preseason. Maybe that's just their way of saying that, hey, it's not really ready yet. I did see in the global labs they have made quite a few changes, added some bosses, potentially like red gear from some of these bosses. So maybe it's like ramping up to be something bigger and more fun, especially if they add all the other classes. Because if they add Woosa in there or Dosa in there, I would definitely be getting in there. But I don't know how to play any of the 4
like
classes.
swimwear.
In there, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
In there like that Woosa swimwear, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you, dude, if they added all, and here's the problem, I know that they are not going to add all the classes. I just know it in my heart. I don't know it, like they haven't told me that, but I know. I've been around these developers long enough to know that I can read the writing on the wall. Everyone has universally given them the same feedback, and I sound like a broken horn or broken trumpet at this point. I just keep repeating myself over and over.
Broken
and over
recorder.
again. But like broken recorder, yeah, broken record.
Record player.
Record.
Like I just can't. Yeah, I just can't say it enough times. They got the same feedback from everybody. I know that they've heard the feedback, and they just don't care. They don't care. They're gonna run it the way they're gonna run it. They don't give a shit. They're literally just not gonna add any other classes to the game mode. It'll be 4 classes at a time, and it'll be a total disaster of a game mode for everyone, I think, which is frustrating because again, it had potential. And like Jay said, I think that a lot of adventurers would do it. It's 900 mil a day. Think if you could play your actual class in there. You know what I mean? 900 mil a day. And you're playing like a hardcore PvP server where you can, play your class in PvP with really no problems or complications. You're gonna get 900 mil for it. So like, I don't know. I think a lot of people would try it every day, as long as they can play their class. But because people can't play their class, people are just gonna stop doing it, even if the rewards are good. Doesn't matter. It'll be dead. The game mode will be dead within a month, which is tragic. And I don't want to spend the whole time talking about it. Astra, I'll let you give your thoughts on it real quick.
Yeah, so quickly, just to piggyback off of what you guys said, I do think that it is mislabeled. I do think that traditionally, whenever we've heard hardcore attached to an MMO or a game, traditionally that means that if your character dies, you would either have to reset or be set back to a certain point. I also think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't we also supposed to be thrown into a jail if we died?
Oh yeah, the
Or
gulag.
is that,
It's in the game.
yeah. And like the place is in the game. I know the place is in the game, but that's not in this hardcore server that we have currently in the game. Like if you die, you do not get sent back there, right? You get sent back to that like little central hub, right? Or no?
You just spawn at the central hub. Yeah.
Bro, dude, I think it would be so much cooler. I mean, from a consumer standpoint, I think it would be a lot more entertaining. Where I know you're only limited 2 hours a day, blah blah blah. I think it would be a lot more entertaining if, there was a lot more risk involved. I think that if you died, you would get sent to the gulag. You have a 50-50 shot. If you beat the person that's in the gulag, you come back out, you may have like a slight let's say you have like
the 1v1 somebody
20
to get out.
I was thinking maybe like let's say yeah, if you 1v1 someone out and then you win, maybe you just come out with like a 10-minute debuff or something like that, but you retain all of the gear that you still had, whereas if you lose, you just reset and then you start back from square one. But I think it's a bit mislabeled. I think again traditionally hardcore being attached to a title, it usually means if your character dies, you reset or you're set back to a standard point. But
yeah, imagine if instead of just RNG losing your gear, you could you had a chance of saving your gear, and then if you lost in the gulag, it was like a 50% chance that your gear, or like whatever it is now, you had a chance that you were going to lose gear if you lose in the gulag. You know what I mean? You get out a little bit later.
Downgrades.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Or something.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. The game mode has a lot of issues. I think the 2 biggest issues, in my opinion, again, the classes are the big one, and then the other one is the buffs are egregious. The buffs are just literally the worst thing that they could possibly have developed, and they should have known that based on the Garmoth, the RBF Garmoth was a complete disaster and always has been. Everybody's immediately stopped doing that and has never done it since because the buffs make the RBF Garmoth mode not fun. And then they added it to hardcore like idiots. And that's why and then they doubled down on it on the global labs. We all of the feedback is remove these buffs. No one wants these in the game. And then they doubled down on it again. And they were like, no, you can have special effects with the buffs and all of this stuff. And we're like, you are actually kidding us right now. It's so frustrating that they just won't listen to people. And that's why I think that a lot of the PvP community has kind of let go at this point. You just don't see nearly as many people giving feedback or caring as much anymore because I just think that Pearl Abyss has kind of given up on PvPers overall. They just don't understand. They don't have a pulse on the PvP scene. They don't have a pulse on what PvP players enjoy. They seem to understand pretty well what PvEers and life skillers seem to like about the game, except for the whole we have plenty of party content bit. That was a little disgusting. But aside from that, they seem to have a solid understanding of how to create fun, unique classes, PvE content, and life skilling content that people find enjoyable. Right, the new dungeon is fun. We'll talk about that in a second. But as far as PvP game modes go, let's just be honest. If you look back over the last year and a half, it's pretty clear that Pearl Abyss just doesn't understand what PvPers want. And I understand that like the rebuttal for that is like, well, PvPers don't know what PvPers want. And I would argue that they actually do. In a lot of cases, yes, they can be loud, they can be obnoxious, but pretty universally, PvPers shout for kind of the same issues. And if you listen to the community, they would know that. They would know that. And I know because I've been listening to them. If I can discern what they want, certainly our developers who are paid to play or paid to develop the game would be able to figure this out. But sadly, I don't see it happening. So yeah, I think hardcore server is kind of a wash of a game mode. I don't think they're actually going to change anything that's meaningful or that people actually want out of it. I think that it's going to stay the way that it is, and the developers are going to thank us for those that like the 4 people that participate in it weekly about a month from now, and that's going to be it.
And then turn it into a standalone game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Like let's turn it into a standalone mobile game this time. Why don't we mix it up a little bit?
Oh my god.
Anyway, okay, let's talk. Okay. Let's talk about. I don't want to doom all the time. I just like Orzeka, Dungeon, and Grind Zone. Okay, let's talk about the new content because I have nothing but good things to say overall about this new content. First, I'm going to ask the guest. I know that Jay probably has a huge opinion on this because he's like the dungeon guy in the community. Yeah. But Azure, have you gotten a chance to try the new content? Does it interest you? There's a new dungeon out for those of you that don't know. The 4th layer of Orzekia is now out. We had Valmakia, Sikrakaya, and Yolonkaya. And now we have Orzekia,
yeah.
which is all of the Ias, which is pretty cool. So yeah, the dungeon is out, and with it, a new game mode, a new
grind spot,
solo grind spot, and the new quest line as well. So, Ezra, have you gotten a chance to experience any of this content, and have you enjoyed it, or what's keeping you from enjoying it?
So I personally have not touched the new content yet, primarily because my main account is not at the recommended gear score to even try the new solo spot.
What's your gear
from
score?
the videos on my main account, I think it's 729.
Okay,
I'm like 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even at the bridge to be able to attempt that place yet. No, but for like dungeon content, I'm excited that there's a new dungeon. I mean, Jaykun's known me for a while. I mean, he's the one who brought me through the first 3 dungeons whenever he was doing dungeon runs every single day for like a year straight. It's something that I want to do. I really do want to try out the new dungeon. I think it's gonna be really fun. I think I just need to set a day where I log on my main account and go ahead and go through that and figure it out. But in terms of the new ground location, I think it looks really cool. I think the mobs look really intense. So far, what I've seen through other content creators, like watching Jaykun's video, etc., I think it's a really cool looking spot. I've only heard positive things about it. I like how they're implementing new grind spots in the game that are higher in gear score, that are not just an enhanced Dekia spot. I think new environments are really cool. So that's my take on it. But no, I have not participated in it yet, but I'm hoping to at some point in the future.
Right on. I'll give my take first because Jay's gonna have the longest take. There's no way Jay's take is not the longest on this.
It's gonna be shorter than you expect.
So
it's gonna be just like good.
I am about 758. You know what? Okay, then you go first.
Okay.
Jay. Okay, so we have Azure, who's too low gear score to kind of enjoy it at all. Like 720 or so. Womp womp. You haven't done the quest line either?
I don't even know that there was a quest line.
There's a quest line. Yeah.
Oh
be
my
honest.
god. Okay,
I'll
yeah,
be
but
honest.
okay, so he hasn't done the quest line either, and like that's kind of what's barring him from getting into it, and he's a little depressed about that. And now it's funny because I'm like the middle road, right? I'm like the 760 gear score guy that's like kind of at that barrier, and I'll talk about that. And Jay, you're the guy that is designed for you.
Yes.
You were the guy that the dungeon was designed for. You have the gear score to actually do the spot competently. You've been waiting for it for a long time. What are your thoughts on the grind zone and the new dungeon?
I think do you guys remember that one video that, are we allowed to talk about that? But there was this guy who like glitched into Orzekia way back in the day.
Yeah, I
remember
love that.
I remember. I think you reacted to that. Yeah, and
Yep.
when I first saw that, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be like a really cool like zone, and it was. I took the time to just explore everything. Someone in my chat actually did all of the knowledge grinding already, so I've been slowly looking into getting all the knowledge for that too. That's always been a really like fun thing personally for me, is doing the knowledge grind. But yeah, I really enjoyed the grind spot too. Maybe it's because I just had the gear to do it. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Ash Forest back in the day. I don't know if anybody was there back in 2020 or 2019, whenever Ash Forest was first revealed. Like everybody was like 600, like 580, 600 gear score. They like revealed this 300 AP, 400 DP spot, and then they released it, and then everybody that went there just, oh man, everybody's butt was clenched. And same thing here. The damage is insane. Like if you're not a class that has good sustain, like self-sustain, good defensives, you might not have the best time here, especially if you're particularly slow and melee. And one of my friends, his name is Blade Nero, he's literally like deck everything, like maxed out, and his like he's not having a good time as his guardian. He mainly plays guardian there, and he says that he's not enjoying his time. But me, as Woosa, I have like a lot of like really good mobility and defensives and recoverability, so I'm enjoying my time there. My first hour there, the mechanics were easy enough to understand, but then complex enough that I wasn't getting bored and stuff like that. And so it was a little bit disappointing that it wasn't a party grind spot. I was really hoping it was going to be 5-man, because the only 5-man grind spot that we've ever had was the uppies, right? Upper Gyphins. And I don't know if anybody was uppies. And I don't know if anybody was there back in the day when Gyphins was prime, 2018, 2019. The whole like the Gyphin Discord is still around there now. It's like a grouping Discord for party group slots, but the Gyphin Discord was popping back then, and it had this like interesting dynamic where not everybody really needed to be a DPS. Like you had some people with different roles. Some people would be in charge of just pulling, like 2 people would be pulling the mobs, and then the other 3 would be like mainly DPS. So you didn't really have to be like the appropriate gear score to grind it. You just needed to be having the knowledge of how to group up the mobs properly. And so I was hoping for something like that back in the day when we had like more 5-man grind spot. I don't know if they're ever going to do a 5-man grind spot. I mean, they did mention like Dekia Gyphins or Dekia Miramok way back when. I don't know where that it disappeared all of a sudden. Classic PA move, I guess. But yeah, I was hoping that would be an experience again that I would want to get. But yeah, this reminds me back of when Ash Forest came out, and I loved Ash Forest back then. It was the spot that you would like strive to do. And then I think I kind of want to say that Crypt was trying to do that, but the unfortunate thing about Crypt when it first released was that it didn't drop anything. It literally didn't drop any loot. It didn't have any Deboreka belts. I guess it had the lungs, but you could grind the lungs at Ash Forest or Oldmoon's Valley. But Deboreka, right? When we first saw Deboreka necklaces, that was like the thing to strive for. Crypt didn't really have that. It did have that same difficulty spike that you would strive to, reach that gear of, but it did not really have the same impact because there was nothing to go for in terms of loot. But in this case, there is a lot of loot. My first hour there, I pulled about 15,000 trash, which is like, it's not even that good. Like people are pulling like 20+K trash, 22K trash, and the trash there is like 100K silver each. So if you're pulling 22K trash, that's 2.2 billion silver, no tax. And then you also have to account for the Deboreka accessories, the Gem of Voids, for the new crystals as well. I think those are going up to max price soon, and so if not already. And so yeah, it's a lot of silver. And it's also very reflective. I had this one guy who mentioned that they think the grind spot is too does too much damage, but I said that I feel like it's reflective. The difficulty is reflective of how much silver you get or the rewards, and I think that's really, really important, especially if you're somebody who's like trying to min max and stuff like that. And so I think it's just at the right like it's like the Goldilocks thing. It's sometimes it's too cold or too hot, but this one's just like the right temperature for the release of a grind spot. And so positive reception for me, at least.
Right on. Okay, in my take, the classic Doomer Blue Squadron.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Lock in. No, seriously. So I did the quest line first, and honestly, again, I'm not a BDO partner. I was not paid to say this. The quest line was the best quest line I've experienced in the game. It was really good. There were interesting characters. It actually engaged me, and I was able to listen to it. Like no kidding. Like, yeah, dude, we were saying the whole time, we're like, it's a Lesra. It's a Lesra for sure. Well, it could wait, she could be a Lesra too. Wait, which one's a Lesra?
Everyone's a Lesra.
Like, it was like the Spider-Man meme. It's like the Spider-Man meme. We're all pointing. One of these people is a Lesra. It was crazy. Anyway, I don't want to spoil the quest line for anybody, but it was actually really good. We enjoyed it. We listened to the whole voice acting. I felt like it was really well voice acted. The mobs felt really unique too. And like kind of walking through that, it really immersed you. As far as the scenery and the ecosystem goes within the dungeon, 10 out of 10. They've outdone themselves. Just very, very good job in terms of how they built it and how beautiful the area actually looks and is to grind in. The soundtrack there, that's something that people don't listen to very much. The soundtrack is the best in the game. It's actually a culmination. There's some of it actually brings together some of my favorite soundtracks of the game, like Mountain of Eternal Winter. Some of the Mountain of Eternal Winter music plays in Orzekia, and
Really?
then they have the new champion grind music, which is like super sick, that plays while you're there. And then some of the old throwback grind music from like long time ago plays as well. So like, dude, I don't even listen to music when I grind there. I literally just listen to the music in game. It's just super sick. And when I say I grind there, I mean, guys. Okay, so Jay has Jay, what's your gear score? Like 795 or something?
Yeah, like. Yeah, close to 794 exactly.
Yeah, something like that. So I am 758, so 760 if you're rounding. Okay.
What's the
and I'm a Dark Knight. And Jay just said you ain't grinding there unless you got a sustain or you got the gear or both, right? Well, I don't have either of those things because I'm a Dark Knight. And so I grind with a full elixir rotation there, and it does remind me of Dekia Ash when it first came out. When I attempted, you're talking about old Ash for us. I'm thinking Dekia Ash because
Dekia Ash level 1, yes.
I have always been behind on the gear curve for PvE content that they released to the game. So to me, and I had never really tried it before I tried Dekia Ash. See, I was an Awakening Witch back in the day. And that high risk, high reward grinding, I was like, that's for the birds. I don't want to risk my crystals, blah, blah, blah. And then but I would always get like stream sniped and stuff. And then one day I had a thought. I was like, okay, so Awakening Witch is terrible at 1v1s, but she's the safest PvE grinder in the game. So what if I grind at the most dangerous grind location in the game, and then when they flag up to come kill me, I say, come get it, pussy. I'm not the one you need to be scared of. You're like I'm not trapped in here with you. We are trapped in here with them situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have infinite iframes. So like that was kind of the thing. But then I started to enjoy it. And then I started like pushing the edge of the envelope, and chat knows I would like win Yar matches while I was grinding Dekia Ash because like, and especially Dekia 2 I did the same thing in Dekia 2. I was like doing Yara, I would turn the UI off and just grind for the whole hour. And people are like, you're crazy. That's madness. That's literally insane. It was like this cool game that I would play. You know, like high risk, high reward kind of thing. But Awakening Witch was, I don't know, it's almost like a little too safe. You know what I mean? I was like, I don't know, this is kind of cheating. So this time when I approached it, I thought originally, and I'm going to backpedal a little bit here. Well, not backpedal, but I'll apologize to PA a little bit here. I thought that this content was going to be too far out of reach for too many adventurers, and it just wasn't going to be fun. Instead, it's exactly what I want it to be. But in fairness, I am like the minority target audience, but 760 gear score, you can do the spot at 760. You can. And on DK is one of the classes that you can do it on, but one, you got to be locked in.
Yeah.
And 2, you got to be a god. You better be a god. You know what I mean? You better be locked in, and you better be fully buffed, and you better be a god. You know what I mean? Because if you make a single mistake, it's over. It is completely.
There's a
over.
lot
Like,
of
he
effects
gets you
happening.
instantly.
That guy that like spins around, it's a lot happening.
Oh yeah, I know all of his mechanics like perfectly now.
And the
So, like,
boss
but
too. What did you think about the boss, like the Alkita?
So cool.
I know
boss is
the animations. Oh my gosh.
Yes, they're so good. They're so good. The final boss of the grind zone, guys. So the mechanic is basically you kill the mobs like normal, and they're really scary and they're very difficult. And then every once in a while, like the level 1 like warning phase is started, and then like the elites will spawn. So you have to kill one of each of the elites. You go around, you kill. There's 3 of them. You kill them. Then the normal mobs spawn again, and then level 2 spawns eventually, and then level 3 spawns. And after level 3 spawns, and you kill the level 3 elites, then the big boss spawns. And this knight is not to be trifled with. She will kill you. She will one-shot you if you're not careful.
Yep.
Especially at my gear score, right?
And
It's
she has a
will-
knockdown,
she ain't
so
messing
careful.
around. Yeah, and it's super sick. Super sick. I actually did, and again, this is classic me now. Like this is like my new PvE content. Is to like do this cutting edge stuff, but at like really low gear score, and it's super entertaining for the audience. Like, bro, people really enjoy watching me do this stuff because they're like, "Yo, I might be able to do it." You know what I mean? They're like, "Oh shit," because it's really high risk, high reward. Like even if you hate me, you're like, "Oh baby, he's gonna die." Oh, no, because like it's crazy sweaty. But like in typical me context, it was nighttime. I turned off the UI.
Oh no.
I turned off the UI at nighttime and killed the boss on my DK. It was like, it's just one of those things. I'm like, you just got to be good. You know what I mean? Like I said, if I die, I'm bad. It's just that simple. It's sick. You know what I mean? I love that energy. Like, I love that energy. It gives me like, I don't know. Like, it's like an adrenaline high that I normally only get in PvP, but now I'm getting in PvE. So it's like really weird. But like, I do want to touch on the fact that like number 1, I was wrong. PA did make the grind zone doable for people like me. I think I could pull down like 12K or so, which again is less than what a lot of people are grinding. But like that, again, that's the motivation to go get more gear. But 12K is still like
That's 1.2
bill, 2 billion an hour.
Yeah, 1.2 bill,
bro,
just
that's
the trash.
1.2 in just the raw silver.
Yeah.
If you get a Debo, you get all the other drops and the Coffrus and all the other stuff added together. You're looking at at least 1.5 to 2 billion an hour, right? If you're cranking and you don't die, you know, but like it's sweaty, and most people are not going to like that, but I do. And I find myself grinding for the first time. I'm grinding on my main account instead of the Iron Man, and that should be telling that the content is really good. And I want to point out that I think when they release solo content in the future, I think that this is how they should release PvE content in the future. I think that they should release it. They should release a dungeon alongside 1 or 2 grind zones. Okay. That way, you have group content tied to solo content, and then there's a quest line normally that goes with it too, because I did the quest line, I knew where the mobs came from and I knew the history behind the location. They weren't just like random. Look, and when the boss spawned, I was like, you again. There can only be one knight in this forest. But I know what the story is behind the mobs. I think again it tied it in pretty well. And then like there's like solo content, and then again it's built alongside the group content. And I felt like I have not gotten a chance to do the dungeon yet itself. So I'm curious what your thoughts on the dungeon are, Jay. But like my assumption is that it's good. Yeah, without
the 5-man, it's not out yet. The if you mean the 5-man boss,
so the dungeon is not out yet.
It's coming this
the
patch. Yeah, they separated it for some reason, but yeah, the 5-man boss is coming. And our static, our party boss split static will be doing it on Thursday. If anybody wants to tune in.
Bro, I should get a group of like 760 gear score Giga Chads that like know their class like super well, and we all just like sweat our balls off and like Giga buff and like alphas. We just do it. You know what I mean? We just get it done. Like that would be sick.
What even is max gear score now?
806 or no 809, I think. No, it's 811. 811 technically. If you have obliterating fallen god, I think it's 811. You have full pen Karazad with full obliterating fallen god and deck sovereigns. It's like 811 or some shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Basically whatever choice is wearing. But yeah, dude, I can't compliment enough. I think that this is how they should release PvE content in the future. I don't think they're necessarily going to do it that way, but I hope that, like, again, if they're going to release new grind zones, I hope it's not like Ulakita. Ulakita's grind zones, they had to rework them like 6 or 7 times, and then they finally got it. Like, you know, like they needed a lot of work. I hope that when they do it, they release it like, again, a dungeon, because we want more dungeons. Release a layer of a dungeon alongside group content, or alongside the solo grind zones. And they could also release one solo grind zone, one group grind zone, and then the dungeon. Right? If they want to do multiple grind zones in that area, that's fine. But like when you go to a new area, there should be a dungeon associated with that new region, right? And it's like end game too. Like I'd be okay with it being like an 800 gear score required dungeon, and then you have like the 800 gear score required spots and whatnot, because again, that gives us the end game content to go grind for. Like that would be fine with me. Especially, it's a challenge for me. It's just a challenge. I get to try to show everybody that I promise I am good at least one class in the game, even if it's not, even if we're not PvPing. I promise I can pump on the DK. It's fun. And sometimes I die, but when I die, even my chat knows. Like when I die, I'll be like, oh, I made a mistake. And I'll explain like what I did wrong. You know what I mean? Or like and what I could have done better there. Like, so I don't know. It's fun.
BDO's dungeon direction is like very different from, you know, the approach of the classic MMO dungeon experiences, like, you know, World of Warcraft or Throne and Liberty. And so I'm like wondering, do you think that there's room for that approach is for a more classic MMO dungeon experience, or do you think that it's okay with the direction they're going with right now with Orzekia? Do you think they finally found the right step for it? Or do you think that they should still do something similar to class? I remember we had this conversation like way back in back episodes. We were talking about like, what was it? Like mutations on like StarCraft 2 for like these different like weekly like challenges and stuff, or, you know, those time stuff and whatnot. That's still like, I wish that was still a thing, but I'm okay with what they're doing right now personally. So what do you think about a classic MMO dungeon experience in BDO?
I think that if they're going to do it like this, I am A-okay with it. Yeah, I think that if they release all PvE content in the future like this, whether it be grind zones, group grind zones, or dungeon content, or even the raid someday, hopefully, because they kind of mentioned that they originally tried to make it a raid. I am A-okay with this kind of a release where there's like grind zones alongside, you're grinding alongside where the dungeon is and all that stuff. That's cool, dude. And then again, for someone like me, I'm pushing the edge of the envelope, trying to grind at a spot that I should not be at. And like, it's just fun. Like I like that, but like not a lot of people like that, but I don't really care because like, I think it makes exceptional content on stream. For once, I feel like I can stream myself grinding in circles and like people are like actually engaged, even if I'm not saying anything. People are like legitimately engaged and like watching me try to do the mechanics and like do the stuff, because if I get hit at all, I'm just dead. You know what I mean? Like it's literally just insane. Like, and the funny thing is like, there's people that just like, oh, I'm doing it on my Suck Nova and it's like super chill or whatever. And I'm like, dude, homie, yeah, it's chill. Like, you know, 90% of the time until it's not. And that's how grinding is, dude. And that's how grinding is. You're chilling until you're not chilling anymore, right? So anyway, those are my thoughts on the new grind zone. I'm curious, as someone that's 720 gear score, do you feel motivated to go do the grind zone at all, or to do the dungeon at all, or are you still just like, I don't really care about it, or are you frustrated that you can't try it, or what are your feelings on it?
I'm not frustrated at all. I think that the dungeons, this is my personal take on the dungeons. I think that they are well designed. I think that they are, I mean, I'm a big fan of group content as well. I think group content, there should be more of it. I think whenever we talk about the topic of dungeons, I would prefer there to be more of a system like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy dungeons, where each class has a role, where you have like one healer,
Trinity,
one tank, 3 DPS. I think that would be a lot more fun, because right now, I mean, Jacob, whenever you and I used to run them, it just feels like we're 5 DPS just smacking the boss until it dies. But I think if there was, I don't want to say like a rework, but I think if the dungeons that are currently in the game, or dungeons that they may add in the future, if there was a way that they could approach it where, you know, it's like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, where each person has a role, tank, healer, DPS, or whatever they may implement, I think it would be a lot more fun to do that. then that would probably entice me to do the dungeons more outside of just the weekly rewards. In terms of the grind zone, strictly the only reason why I would want to attempt the grind zone is just because it's hard content. Playing on an Iron Man account, I mean, the Iron Man, you could argue that it's hard. The hardcore, you could argue that like the way that Fake's doing it, it's hard. I think, you know, having that risk involvement, I think, you know, adds a layer of difficulty to it, which some people may find fun. Again, like masochistic, whatever. I do want to try it, but for some reason, like the last time that I logged into my account and seriously played the game was after Sovereign and after Karazad, because, you know, from the point before that on my account, I had no Sovereign weapon. I had no Karazad accessories. So there are these new items in the game that my main account does not have, which it enticed me to log into the game to, you know, acquire those new items. But now that, you know, my Karazads are like pen, my Sovereign Blade is pen, it's like I would rather spend tens, hundreds of hours on my Iron Man account grinding for, you know, those things that I know will feel good when I upgrade it. Whereas, you know, going for like a Sep Karazad accessories, 1 AP, those thousands of Chron Stones that I spend, plus the thousands of Essence of Dawns that you spend that are like billions of silver, to me, like that gain doesn't feel as impactful as it does, you know, way at the beginning of the game, which is why I'm so engaged with my Iron Man account. So I would like to try the new grind zone, but I would have to be motivated to, you know, grind up that extra 30 gear score somehow. But
Yeah,
You know, when you
okay. So yeah, go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
I was gonna say, when you mentioned like the more like the traditional Holy Trinity roles, I'm gonna keep echoing this because I really want media to have more like skill. I keep saying like skill customizations and stuff, but I think they do have potential room for it. And the reason why I say that for these like, you know, skill customization stuff is because they recently did something with Dosa and Deadeye. I don't know if anybody plays Dosa or did I hear, but there is a Rabomb skill for Dosa specifically that alters your Q block to have different effects. And then for recently, Deadeye also had another Rabomb. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been like forward F or some sort of like, you know, gun shooting ability, but it would alter the effect of the ability just by choosing the Rabomb. You didn't even have, it wasn't even a Rabomb skill you could use. It altered a pre-existing ability. And I think that might be the key in order to add more of those skill customizations into BDO, is just like adding more Rabomb skills that just alter pre-existing abilities and whatnot. And so I hope that maybe they explore that direction going forward, especially if like more dungeons like this are going out, and then maybe classes could have a little bit more identity in these dungeons. Like let's say Valkyrie could have more of a tank role, or Witch and Wizard could get more like healing abilities or something to have more of a support role or something like that, etc., etc. So yeah, that's my hope for dungeons going forward. But again, like whatever we got right now, it's also like I like that also BDO is trying to not be like the other girls too. It's doing its own thing too. So
I think personally, they could do it without doing tank healer DPS. I think that there's two different ways they could handle it off the top of my head. Number one, you could make it so that like, hey, we need to have somebody that can be stealthy here, like so like a ninja or whatever, or hey, we need a vacuum here. There's a lot of different classes in the game that have a vacuum, or hey, we need this, or hey, we need that. You could approach it with like the unique, the advantage of this approach is you're exploiting what BDO does very well, which is making unique classes. Every class has some unique feature about them that makes them cool, interesting, and fun, right? So like if you you could, but like there are some overlapping techniques as well that you could have, like, oh, we need to have a grab here, or we need to have a vacuum there, or somebody needs to be stealthy here for a Kuno or ninja or whatever. But like the other option, and this one's probably better, and probably the way they just choose to go with it, is instead of like forcing you to respec your class to be a healer or a tank or a DPS or whatever, you simply make the mechanics so that they are, well, one person has to go do this mechanic and it heals us, and this other person has to be doing this mechanic and it will help us do more DPS. And then the other person has to do this mechanic and this person is tanking, right? That's how you know the boss is going to look at you, right? So like you can kind of manipulate the Holy Trinity instead of forcing people to play it all the time in the open world and like restructuring your entire game. You can basically just structure the dungeon mechanics to do what you want, around it, and then have people kind of just fall into those roles with the mechanics themselves. Because here's the thing, in BDO, if a Sork wanted to pose as a tank, they absolutely could do that. They're just going to iframe forever, right? They could do the mechanic in this case that forces the boss to taunt them, basically, and then they just sit there and they iframe back and forth, and they distract the boss while the mystic goes over and does the healing mechanic, right? Like, so there's a lot of different ways that they could kind of approach it, and I think they are approaching it in a good way. Hopefully the dungeon is out this coming week and we can try it. I don't know if you're even going to be able to join if you don't have the gear score is the problem. I hope that you can join even if you're lower gear score and like give it a shot. Is my hope, and then like I might be able to get a group together and we could try it, but like they need to be gamers, capital G, gamers, if we're gonna do it at low gear score, you know what I mean? But it would be cool, and I wish they were doing a race to world first on it too. I don't see them doing
those are
a race
always
to world
fun
first,
to watch.
and that's very frustrating. Yeah. So yeah, that's my honest take on it as well. How long have we been going for? Oh my god,
good.
We've been going for like. We've been cooking.
Chilling.
So I'm gonna ask, as you're our special guest, do you have any questions or topics that you wanted to talk about real quick?
I think we covered most of the things that I would have asked you guys. I think Jaykun did a really good job at laying out the novel he sent in Discord to go over everything.
Was it a lot? I'm sorry.
I mean, the Bible. My bad. I don't know. No, I think my biggest questions were just gonna be like about Iron Man hardcore. I mean, I feel like traditionally in the past year, that's what I've been most known for. And I mean, I don't play my main account enough to really cover some of the newest topics like dungeon, the new grind spot, etc. But
well,
no, I mean, it's been fun.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure. I'm glad that you got to see and you got to say out loud. I'm glad that you said that genuinely out loud, not paid, chat, not paid. That Jay legitimately gives us like, look at this work. I'm just gonna pull it up so that everybody can see. This is Jaykun's prep work for the podcast today. I'm still scrolling, and boom, there's the artwork right there. Right.
No, I saw that at work and I was like, oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I told you. That's why. And again, that's for the audience that like some people think that, you know, Jay doesn't talk as much during the podcast, and I think that sometimes he sees Blonde and I going at it. No,
talk in my head.
We're going nuts. You know what I mean? Okay, we'll do outro and closing thoughts. Before I say this, though, I want to mention that the podcast is on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, guys. So if you want to listen to it on the car on the way to work, and you don't want to wait for a YouTube video to buffer or anything necessarily, you can always listen on those platforms. But let's do outro and closing thoughts. We'll start with Jaykun here.
Closing thoughts is that I love the new dungeon and I hope the boss is really good. And also let us know in the comments what kind of topics you want to hear or what guests you want to come on. I've been reaching out to a lot of other content creators. I have like 9 or 10 people like who's like potentially interested in coming on. So I'm trying to plan like, you know, for each week, like we're going to keep getting guests for the next like little while here. So if you guys have anybody you want to see, please let us know in the comments. But yeah, you can find me over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V for the T.
That's right. And to be clear, us having Azure on the podcast was direct feedback that we received in the comments section on the videos previously. So we do read all of the comments on the Oldmoon podcast video on YouTube and then on Spotify and Apple Podcasts where you leave them as well. We listen to your feedback and we try to bring the people on the show that our listeners want to see. That being said, Azure, I really appreciate you coming on the show today and speaking for the Iron Man community and like your experiences there and then giving us your thoughts even on the New Zone and like kind of what your motivations are there as kind of a lower gear score player in that regard, but mainly your expertise for the Iron Man. Really appreciate it. Mods, can we get a shout out for him in the chat? And then Azure, can we get your closing thoughts? Give yourself a shout out, etc.
No, I greatly appreciate that you guys took the time to accommodate my schedule and stuff like that. I greatly do appreciate it. I mean, I've been watching the podcast for a while, and I'm like very appreciative to have been invited onto this. I mean, it's again, as much as I'm a creator, I'm also a consumer. So it's really nice being able to, you know, be given a platform to at least speak or have conversations with the two of you in the same space. So I do really appreciate that. But yeah, if you guys want to check out my YouTube channel or my stream, I only stream like once or twice a week. Primarily my content is over on YouTube. It should be Azure_ on both YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, I really do appreciate it. I think it was a great time. Again, I appreciate you both having me. I wish Blonde was here as well, but Work duty calls.
calls, yeah.
So
Sadly, he hates you, so that is what it is.
it's all right. Dude doesn't even follow me back, I don't think.
No.
London Shambles. Oh my goodness. Well, I just linked his
I'm
YouTube
working on
video
it.
or his YouTube channel in the chat. I don't think that my shout out is working, so I will go ahead and just get your Twitch channel and just link the Twitch in the chat here. There we go. That way you guys can all go give him a follow. Of course, we know who JayKun is, and I'm Blue Squadron. You actually catch the podcast this time, guys, over at Blue Squad Chill, which is my new alternate channel. I stream on 2 Twitch accounts now. The main channel is monetized and is where my primary content and most of my stream hours go into. The Blue Squad Chill channel here is mainly for days that normally it would be too late for me to go live on my main account, or maybe I want to stream. Mainly it's other games that I'm going to be able to stream. So it's not monetized at all. There's no ads, but there are drops and stuff in each category that I go to. So like if you want to see me do playthroughs of other games like Kingdom Come Deliverance, Guild Wars 2, Split Fiction, Monster Hunter, Naraka Blade Point, pretty much anything, I can just do whatever I want. Today, actually, though, I do what I want. So today I want to go grind the new zone on my Dark Knight. So that's probably what I'm going to do next. But yeah, so make sure you guys go follow that new channel if you want to check that out. Again, it's not monetized. It's just kind of my thank you to my community for supporting me as much as they do. And then trying to put in extra stream hours for people and help them with that. We'll be coming out with probably a second YouTube channel called Blue Squad Plays or something where my playthroughs will sit, and then we'll come out with a plan as well where we can put some of the highlights and whatnot.
Oh. Is Blue cutting out for you? It's just... Maybe it's just me. Can you hear me, Blue? Yep, that was the end of the podcast, guys. I don't know. Blue's cutting out for me. I don't know if anybody's going for Blue. You can only hear me. Okay, so I guess maybe my internet is okay, but I think it's Discord.
Podcast flap. Okay, so podcast is now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. We got there. Poggies. Thanks for coming, everyone. Yeah. Okay, let me closing all of my stuff now. See you next week. Okay. All right, let me close out of Blue, and the guests, and then Blonde Bear got called into work. Don't forget to enable for I turned off all the redeems just for the podcast. But yo, Aranita, how are you? The Snod Rita. Who else is here? Minivile, Soltori, Futters, Artemis, Asuka, Hilo. If you guys are still here, thank you so much for watching the podcast. I'm just gonna go use the washroom real quick, and then I'm also gonna just turn off all of my stuff here. Let me close all these tabs. Close out of this, and then do this. Mute this. And then do this, and then do that. Just winding down. Yeah. So this is around the time when we do it. We just ended. So again, it's usually about an hour, around this time. But you mentioned you wanted to do it around like 2 hours beforehand, right? But we can definitely adjust it accordingly. Like we usually do the podcast like yesterday on Friday, but Azure was not available on Friday, so we had moved it one day later. So unfortunately, Blonde got called into work like literally 20 minutes before we got start the podcast. And so that was a little bit unfortunate, but we were able to. I think we did a really good job without Blonde. Usually, Blonde Bear like brings a lot to the discussion. Not usually, but all the time. Like he always brings a lot to the discussion, and I was like so worried that he wasn't here, that we weren't gonna be able to like fill a lot. But like we did it. Poggies. I bet he was definitely. Yeah, I actually had some Blonde specific questions because today we were talking about Iron Man modes and hardcore modes, and Blonde's been playing a lot of RuneScape. I don't know if you know what RuneScape is, Armina, but it's like a really popular MMO, like old MMO, and I feel like that was such a perfect topic for Blonde Bear to bring to the table because he has been playing a lot of RuneScape specifically and Iron Man mode series, and that was the topic for this week. So, you're capable as well. Oh, thank you, Amrina. Thank you. RuneScape came out in 19. What? There's no way. What? RuneScape did not come out in 1957. Wasn't it like the 1990s? What? It did not. It did not come out like 70 years ago. It ain't no way. What? I have to look this up now. When did RuneScape come out? 2001. It's not 1957. Okay, we're not that old yet. Okay. Well, it was a board game first. What? What a board game? The RuneScape Kingdoms board game, February 29, 2024. What? Okay, RuneScape board game 19. What if I search 1957? I don't know, guys. You're just playing. Oh, okay. Anyways, I need to use the washroom real quick, guys. I will be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Hello? Okay. I am back. And have a good night, Armnita, if you're still around. To be honest, just using the old yes to your trolling. Oh. Not the trolling. Okay, let's do our dailies, guys. Dailies. Dailies. And then, what time is it? Ooh, it's almost nighttime. It's nighttime in about an hour. And I really don't want to do Orzeki at nighttime. Yeah, I really do not want to do Orzeki at nighttime. Oh, actually, why don't we do our solo boss splits? We'll do the boss splits like reset, right? So maybe we'll do our solo boss split and then come back when it's daytime, because it's gonna be nighttime in about like 45 minutes here. Oh shoot, I should have done the. It's okay. We'll be doing some grinding anyways. So. And then let's go to our garden here. Do you have any dark rifts? Nah, no dark rifts. Defeat the final boss of Rezekia. Okay, so that's later on. Talk to Jatina. Hello, you know, singing in the shower is pretty fun until you get shampoo in your mouth, then it's just a soap opera. Okay. I see, Carl. I see. I see. I do like that song too. By, what's her name? Becky G. Singing in the shower. La-da-dee, la-da-da. That one. You know that one? We just got done with the Oldmoon podcast just like 10 minutes ago. And now we're just doing our dailies. School of Self-Impression. Grana title box. Ooh. Whoa. Wait, what? All deleted when the event ends. That's a lot of titles, man. I feel like I could be gardening something better than magical purple mushrooms. But then again, I don't really use my farm for anything other than just flipping them. How are you doing this evening, Carl? Are you up to anything in BDO? Grinding, questing. Have you tried the new dungeon? Okay, the next podcast will be on Wednesday, guys. And I do have a guest lined up. I'm just trying to figure out what topics to talk about. Just trying to figure out what topics to talk about. Maybe I should try to center it around the content of the guest, you know? Armnita was also one of the potential guests that I had asked to come on. One day, one episode. We don't know what that day will be, but I will try to figure out a good day to talk about it. She did mention just positive positive stuff, and I know Blue and Blonde Bear like to doom a lot. So I'll tell them that whenever Aram Need is on, no dooming allowed, you know? Doom is not allowed on that episode. What would be the opposite of doom? Anyways. Maybe Little J knows. Lil J, what is the opposite of dooming? Lil J?
Jaykun says, Lil J, what is the opposite of dooming? The opposite of dooming is blooming.
Blooming.
Instead of a downward spiral,
True.
think of growth, success,
Blooming.
and
I like
positivity.
that.
Let's bloom in our adventures,
You know?
Jaykun, and turn every challenge into a triumph.
I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down. I'm actually writing that down. The opposite of dooming is blooming. Opposite of dooming is blooming. Only blooming. Dooming, you'll have to kick blue. Replace. Okay, we'll just talk to Liana and then we're gooch. Oh, you know what I can pick up now, actually? Okay, what do you guys think we're going to get out of our boxes? Surely we get a full flame, right? Surely. Ooh, a Deboreka. That was like one of the crappy boxes too. Okay, let's go for the good boxes. Good boxes? Ooh, Deboreka's. Okay. Bong Huang. A Pry. Okay. Bium. Okay. 2 Debos. Oh man. These okay, well, we're gonna open it one at a time for this the deposed crown prince. Okay, bam. 3. We got another Pry. Oh my god, dude. Oh, another was that 2 Pries out of that box? Holy crap. Okay, another one. Okay, just one that time. One that time. Two. Okay, any good light stones here? Any strikes? Any strikes? Damn, no strikes. Oh shoot, these bundles. I forgot these bundles. There's more bundles, guys. You need 21 free slots to open it? What the frick? I ran out of slots? You know, guys, I'm thinking of doing well, I have to like retag my witch. But I was thinking of doing like another C10 on my witch. I feel like I can do Sangan on my witch, but I have to like retag twice. Should be kind of unfortunate. Dang, look at all these Debrekas. I do want to sell them towards the middle of the week, because otherwise they're just going to be go min price. No Debos out of that one? Damn. No Debos out of that one either? Damn. I mean, these don't really sell, right? Dang. No Debos. Okay, we got a bunch of Essence of Dons, though. That's basically 4.5 bill. Okay. Let's organize our inventory here. Maybe I should vendor these. Embers of Hogik. This is basically one bill, right? Uncharted. What did I cheer for? A steed. Oh, That's 250 mil. Nice. My nose is still a little bit runny, guys. I don't have like as big of an urge to sneeze though, which is good. Doo-doo. Oh, let's turn this into a stack. What stack will we get? Not that I need stacks. Ba, 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 ba. Processing not going as planned. Just like my life. That's the lowest one. Sounds like it's clearing up some. I hope you had some good rest. I've been trying to get as much. Actually, I didn't really get too much rest today. And then tomorrow I have some stuff planned too. Break. But hopefully I get over the cold soon. Because having a cold is annoying. Can I just go away, please? Shoot, was I muted earlier? I was saying I was gonna grab a glass of water, guys. I'll be right back. And yeah, your finger being sore from R spamming is a very common thing. This will not, as is nowadays sometimes. All right, I am back. We love R. Hi, hello. Have you had a chance to try out Orzekia? I'm actually really liking it more than I thought, even though it's not a party grind spot, and I was really hoping it would be a party grind spot. I'm actually really enjoying the grind spot. Okay, I think that's it, Carolyn. Pretty tough on Nova, too squishy with a lot without a lot of sustain and a forward guard. Yeah, they do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage. The spot itself seems not, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much you were listening earlier in the podcast, but Blue was saying that he was doing it on, you know, significantly below recommended gear score, around like 760, right? And so it's a 790 gear score spot. So even though he's like 30 gear score below, he still did 12k in the hour, which, you know, that is like on the lower end, but that's still 1.2 bill just in trash, and it's very efficient agris wise, you know. Very, very efficient agris wise. Oh, oh, oh. I didn't mean to like back up like that. Do. Uh-oh. Oh no. I got caught in my forward guard. No. I was like, oh, try to dash. But he got me. I should maybe always wait for the attack before I commit. That one's always a one shot, unfortunately. Oh man, it's been a while since I looked at my crystal. Is that even updated? Oh my god, it's so old. I mean, it's still pretty much the same thing. But it just doesn't have the, you know, it has the upgraded gear in. It doesn't have the resistance crystals. Those are mostly for Olin's Valley. There's not even destruction crystals there. What the? That roar. What? You didn't jump to the center? That's a little bit weird. I'm loving a Wagyu. Let's go. Incredible effects. Yeah, one of the pretty classes. The newer classes do tend to get more TLC when it comes to those kinds of effects. Like Dosa, Megu, Woosa, all of them just have really awesome designs. Hi, Hayabusa, how are you? She's doing her solo boss splits for now. Just chilling with your Pog playlist. Oh, thank you. What are you up to right now? Grinding, life skilling. Oh my god. The rocks. Okay. You're in bed right now, winding down for the evening. Understandable. It's only 8 p.m. for me right now, so not bedtime yet. There's still much gains to be made. Lots of gains. The Black Shrine bosses seem hard to learn. Some of them are, yeah. Some of them have like really annoying mechanics that you just have to get used to. But once you get used to it, it's not too bad. Are you an A? Yes, North America. Canada specifically. Got a lot of good damage there. Got pretty lucky with the animations. I should really E-buff at the beginning here. Oh. Uh-oh. Do, 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 do. Yes, the podcast just ended about 20 minutes ago.
System says, Blank Mega has
Blank
resubbed
Mega!
for 3 months with messages you love. Blank Mega, 3 months of pure gaming love with Jaykun and Lil J. Your support fills our hearts. Let's embrace the adventure together and create more unforgettable moments. Thanks for the resub.
Blank Mega, thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and all of my fun emotes. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're just doing a solo boss bus for now. Have you had a chance to try out the new Orzeke dungeon? Need to return with more gear. Yeah, it's very, very tough. It's one of those butt clenching spots. Get a lot of practice for butt clenching in case you need to do other activities, you know. What about boss splits? Are you a boss splits enjoyer? You got no static for party? Oh no. You can make one with like Yeti or something. Sure, he'd be down. I should have probably saved my Z buff for the final phase. Because that funnel face can be a little bit hairy. You haven't done C8 plus yet? I should try though. Yeah. Do you have 330 AP? It's not too hard. Some people might even say it's easier. Especially once you get used to the animations. Oh shoot, I was a little bit too close. That's unfortunate. He's gonna do an attack here. That's, yeah, there it is. Oh shoot! Oh, I have to be that. I can't believe I got by that. I guess I lingered my iframe too long. Oh no, I dashed too close to the edge. No, I was trying to reposition behind his booty. No. That was just a very completely avoidable mistake on me. Not me just dashing too far. I was just trying to get that Sangussy, you know? Anybody else want that Sangussy? Damn. What class is this? It is Awakening Woosa. Awakening Woosa. Not the Sangussy. Oh shit, I don't even know if I picked up Carolyn buff. Let me go grab a Carolyn buff. You. You have 340 AP, like Mega. You definitely have enough gear for hard mode party boss splits, if that's what you were referring to. Unless you mean like C10. C10 requires 350, but yeah, party, you should be good on your gear for party boss splits. It's just finding that group. Unfortunate. Oh. This guy's trying to pull a sneaky one on me. Okay, we got some decent damage there. Anyone have tips on finding an active guild as a noob? Probably Discords would be your best bet. This will not. Discord. So the official, I think the official one has like a group finding Discord. Actually, the guild that I'm in, we just recently branched out to a like a sister guild. It's called Burb. You can try applying for that. This will not. I don't know if you're on NA as well, but we are looking for members for Burb, and it's like I would say it's like the more casual side of the guild, even though we're still casual. But yeah, we recently branched out to a new sister guild, so we can take more members in. And our guild is like very active. It's a very, very active guild, and I'm lucky to be in this guild. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm good. He's after my Jaykussy. What the frick? See that, guys? He's always trying to jump behind me, man. Oh, you never heard back? How long ago did you apply? Because I don't think there's any gear requirements for Burb. Not that I know of. Yesterday afternoon. Oh, okay, okay. They're probably still getting to it if it was just yesterday. But I'm sure they'll take you in. Again, there's really no requirements for Burb, so I'm sure once they respond, you'll get an invite soon. And the community is very great. And we have started to do like beginner node wars. So if you're ever wanting to learn how to do node wars, like they have so many good resources. Everybody's like so organized. I'm really surprised. Like even I kind of want to say I've been in some PvP guilds and I kind of say they're like one of the more organized PvP, even though we're not like, you know, up there, right? We're still learning, but I'm really surprised at we're like their organizability. What is that even a word? Organizability? You know what I mean? But they're very organized with all that stuff. So I think you'll enjoy your time here. There's movie nights too, if you want to do some movie nights. Yeah, on a Saturday night. Oh! Oh my god, of course I just get caught on the blast. No, I'm making so many like avoidable mistakes. I'm just trying to sneak in extra damage, you know? I think that's why I'm like I literally did not need to go for more DPS there, but I did anyways. And it's slowing down the clear speed. No. Okay. No more getting greedy. I'm getting greedy with my attacks. I just Shilden. I definitely like that it was into a bit of everything. They were like the only one in the official Discord that did all content. Yeah, they do guild bosses, they do node wars. We haven't really done siege before. At least I don't think so. I don't ever remember doing siege. Did we ever do siege? I don't think so. Oh! Okay, I guess I was not close to his booty enough. Okay, Sangoon. Okay, Sangoon. Hitbox definitely looked sketchy. I'm pretty sure I was literally on the edge because I have been that close before, or like I've been at that angle before, rather. But maybe I was just too into his Sangusi that the hitbox was hitting me, you know? Okay. Uh-oh. Do, 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 do. Oh. Getting really greedy with the attacks. I kind of want to just start over, actually. I feel like I took too much damage, and I don't think I did enough DPS on him. I do want to get a better time, though. Which might be another reason why I'm going extra greedy with some of my attacks. Do, 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 do. Do, do. I want to get like a sub 5 minute clear. That's my goal. Sub 5 minutes. I think I can get it down to sub 5 minutes. I just need to be a little bit more mindful. Be more mindful. Very mindful, very demure, you know? Anybody know that meme? What? Okay. Oh, I keep forgetting to e-buff. Should e-buff right at the start. I feel like he did a lot of this attack where I basically can't. Oh my god, he didn't even go to the center. I'm starting over. I'm starting over. What the heck was that? Dude, why is he doing such unorthodox movements?
You're trying to fuck with me? Huh? You little bitch.
Luna. Hi, Luna. You got scammed? Wait, why? What'd you get scammed by? You redeem? Huh? It literally just played. Huh? It took a bit. Are you delayed on like the latency and stuff? You can check your latency if you just look at the, what do you call it? The bottom right, like the chat overlay, like if your message doesn't go through really fast. If so, you need to like reset your, or like refresh the stream. A wild clip? What do you mean? That's just what VTubers do. That was one of my many research clips that I had to do. I feel like this may be one of those restart ones too.
A good day for a good girl.
I didn't feel good about those first set of sequences of attacks.
I don't know what came over me.
Those first set of sequence of attacks, I didn't get like too much, and he already did like that iframe attack. You have to refresh a bit lately. Maybe it's a Twitch thing. Maybe Twitch is usually whenever it comes to latency stuff or something happened over there, it's usually a Twitch thing. Oh my god. Oh. Hi, Straight sorry, we're just doing our party boss splits right now. Trying to get some improving our time here, so I'm getting a little bit greedy with some attacks. Just finished an hour of Rosek? Yeah, oh, how was it? How was it? Oh my god, so many tigers. What is your towel? Yeah, there's a lot of butt clenching involved in that fight, I noticed. Clenching of the booty. 9 gems. Yeah, I think the gem drop rates are pretty generous. What are they at right now in terms of price? Unfortunately, you do need 30 of those gems to make one of the new crystals, but again, the gem drop rate I find is pretty generous. 48 mil. Oh, sheesh. So that's basically like 500 mil in gems already. What do they cap out at? Is it 50? Oh! Oh my god. I thought I died there. Where you are. Got so many rocks. Oh my god. I got him here. Okay. All right. Well, not a sub 5 minute clear, but at least we got him down. That was a little bit hairy at the bottom there. Ups and stairs for a while. Do I still have my Dosa tagged? I do. Perfect. Good thing you ended your hour, because it was about to turn nighttime. Straight up. It's like literally it turned nighttime like 3 minutes ago. That was a close one. Definitely do not do that place at nighttime. I really wish the nighttime mechanic wasn't a thing, because that really is super annoying, and you don't even get that much like better rewards for doing it at nighttime. I found Awakening Ninja to be safer versus Awakening Witch. Yeah, moving around, right? Just being on your toes, avoiding the damage. Awakening Witch has uncancelable abilities, right? So if you get caught in those uncancelable abilities, you're not having a good time. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Moving around is, yeah, avoiding the damage. Avoiding. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Have you done any of the hardcore server stuff, Strenon? I have mostly avoided it just because I can't play any of the classes that are listed there. I don't know how to play any of those classes. What the heck? Sengu got stuck. Sengu's stuck on the thing. Not many people want to flag on you. Yeah, so a lot of people just want to do their daily, right? Zerker is Zerker like the best one for running away? It does seem like it can run away pretty effectively. I mean, probably a smart thing to do if you don't know how to play PvP. I'm a video slump. Haven't played in about 2 weeks. What have you been up to? Yeah, have you been playing any other games? Monster Hunter Wilds by chance? Wilds enjoyer? What is ZZZ? Playing ZZZ. Oh, like you're sleeping? Like you're catching up on some sleep? Zen. Oh, I would never figure that out. I'm really bad when it comes to acronyms. I'm sure you know. I feel like you've been here long enough to know, Rita. How dare you use an acronym against me? Can't believe it. MiHoYo game. How's it doing it compared to the other gacha games? Is it good? You like it? But like, if it's also another like MiHoYo same as Genshin thing, why play Zenless Zero Dawn if you could play Genshin? You know, like what sets it apart from Genshin? You know what I mean? The combat is different. Okay. So the combat system feels better. I see. Tied to Genshin, playing that for almost 2 years daily. Thankfully, I have never played a gacha game because I feel like it's up my alley, and I feel like I would have not been in a good financial state if that was the case. You know what I mean? So I'm actually very thankful that I've never played a gacha game. Video is a gacha? Well, the way that Genshin does it, you know? Because you know how like Tower of Fantasy, Zenless Zero Dawn, like you wouldn't say Genshin is like BDO, right? You would never say that. You know what I mean? But like, was it a Honkai Star Rail? All those kinds of games, right? Those kinds of gacha games. I've never played any of those kinds of games. It's all gambling. What do you mean? Well, BDO is an MMO. Would you I wouldn't consider Genshin to be like an MMO, right? It's a role-playing game. Like you're playing as those characters, but I don't think it's like a MMO kind of vibe, right? Is Awakening good now? If by good, do you mean is it like an S+ class? No. It's not. If you're looking for an S+ class, Woosa is not it. It's still, it's like average. It's still like an average class. They got buffs and it made it a little bit better than average, but it's still like an average class. Awakening Dosa's S+. It got some nerfs really recently, so probably not anymore. If you're looking for an S+ class, Deadeye. I think Deadeye is probably the best grinder right now, at least from the numbers that I've seen that Deadeye does. But also make sure you're factoring in whenever you're choosing a new class, rerolling to a new class, is how is the playstyle and the aesthetics of the class, right? That those are also important aspects to consider. Like playstyle being, is it fast? Is it slow? Is it melee? Is it ranged? You know? Looking for the best farmer. Yeah, then Deadeye might fit your. However, like you do have to put in a bit of effort into the survivability of Deadeye, because she has been described as one of the more squishier classes. But because she does so much damage, you're not really being in danger. You know, if you kill the enemy before they hit you, right, you're not taking damage. But if you are taking damage, she is described to be one of the more squishier classes. Her defensives are not as good as some other classes for just sustainability and whatnot. But again, if you just kill them before they kill you, then you don't have to worry about that. Which Deadeye does that pretty well. By just killing the enemy before it has a chance to even hit you. Awakening Dosa, yeah, it's a very solid class. I would say it's like the best beginner class because it's not too difficult to learn, right? The inputs are not very hard to press. The playstyle is also easy, right? It's a very easy playstyle. There's not too much to be thinking about. Of course, you can make it a little bit more complex with like the whole triple procking and whatnot. But as long as you're pressing your buttons in the like the elemental rotation, you know what I mean? Like as long as you're not doing like wood to fire, but you're doing fire to wood, you know what I mean? Then you're gonna be doing all right with this class. Aesthetics too, I do think the animations of this class is also really nice. Survivability wise too, it has a lot of recovery and defensives too. Lots of PvE iframes, good mobility. So those are all things to be wanting to consider when you're farming as well. Because everyone has a different like preference, right? some people might like to play those like really high effort classes, right? Like super like high APM, high effort, like Awakening Nova, etc., etc. But some people just prefer to chill, you know, and so that's what Awakening Dosa is for. That's what Awakening Witch is for. That's what Awakening Guardian is for the chill grind, you know. And for those people, those are the best class for them, right? So things to factor in. Things to factor in. What classes have you tried so far? Tutu Pakize. Migrenum Tutu Pakize. What language is that? That's a very interesting name. I don't want to get carpal tunnel. I am staying away from Awakening. No, yeah. I actually was almost about to roll to Nova when she first came out in 2020 because I loved her aesthetic, the ice theme aesthetic. I was so close to rolling, and then when I played her, I was like, womp womp. The playstyle is I did not enjoy it. It's Turkish. I have a headache because I grow like I see Turkish. Is Turkish a hard language to learn? Is that one of the harder languages to learn? I've always wanted to learn more languages in my life. I feel like learning a new language is like very, very cool, very intellectual, you know? Uh-oh. I got caught in my Shift E. Okay. Looks like we're fine. Let's play it safe here. I'm not really going for time. I'm trying to just get the clear in. What are you currently maining right now, McGrennan? What's your current main? Was it Dosa, by chance? Oh, I don't know if you've been following the Global Lab patch notes, Margano, but in the developer notes that they had mentioned that they were going to be very aggressive with a lot of the changes for class balancing. And so I don't know if right now is a good time to choose to reroll, just because there's a lot of changes happening in the next couple weeks. And so you might pick a class and then you might see another class get buffed, and then that class might pique your interest, you know what I mean? So just letting you know. Just letting you know that there's going to be a lot of class changes in the next little while. It's not hard, but Turkish is the language that builds words by attaching suffixes to the end of root words, so it might be confusing at first. I see. My main was Suck Ninja until I couldn't grind Thornwood, and then I went to Dosa. I see. Yeah, Dosa's a very solid class. Like even the recent changes to Dosa, like it's still a very solid class. Again, when it comes to performance, right, those high performing classes assume that you have a lot of experience, right? A lot of experience on that class to be able to perform that well, right? And again, Dosa has like really good survivability and mobility, and so it's very easy to survive on this class. And Deadeye is one of those classes that are considered one of the squishier classes. So if you're not if you get too comfortable with Dosa, you might not enjoy your time with Deadeye because you're very used to having all this survivability and recovery from his abilities. And then when you go to Deadeye, right, you have to just rely on understanding the class to survive rather than having all of this extra, you know, safety nets that Dosa provides, right? It's just a very, like, I don't even main Dosa. I'm just like, it's just a tag to do my bosses on, and I'm like having a chill time with Sangun, right? I'm not clearing the fastest, but it's just a very easy time, so. Oh, what am I doing? Thankfully I have iframes. So I guess you're looking for that balance, right? You want to find that balance of performance and clear speed. There we go. I was surprised how unbalanced the game is. Well, as even like every time you introduce a brand new class to the game, to whatever game, the balance shifts and becomes harder to balance, right? There's 29 different classes, and then most of them have 2 different specs. So you could even consider BDO has over 50 classes, right? Because some classes are just very different between their successions and awakening. So it's gonna be probably impossible for BDO to ever find any balance. And so don't think about, I don't think about it personally. And so this is how I view it, is that whatever I'm enjoying playing right now is what I'm going to play, regardless of balance and whatnot. And that's just how I've been playing the game, and I just enjoy the game in that way, you know? That's what I personally do. Okay, we just got done. Okay, we're going to be trying out Orzekia again, guys. Had a really good time in Orzekia last time. And nighttime is about to end. Wait. Nighttime is ending in 15 minutes. So I'm not going there at nighttime, guys. Nighttime or Zekia is up. So we're gonna do something else while what should we do? Oh, how about Pit of Undying? We'll just do some random things for 15 minutes until nighttime ends. They got to make a new, yeah, that's also a very common theme as well, McGrenham, is that they tend to release newer classes a little bit on the stronger side, because business, right? Business stuff, right? That's also another factor that I don't have that much experience on. I'm just like noticing patterns and trying to understand it from a logical standpoint, but I'm sure there's some sort of business perspective on the decisions they make whenever it comes to game mechanics, whether it be class balancing or content, you know? Whether they release content now or later, or whether they release a new class now or later, stronger or toning them down later on, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So they're definitely going to make more money if they release a broken class than a weaker class, right? So that's also another factor that is kind of like the standard nowadays for BDO. My nose is still a little bit stuffy. I mean, it's been about 3 days since I got the cold, and people say that you get over a cold in about 3 days, but I'm still feeling a little bit of this cold. Whereas I need to do Pit of Undying, yes, get those 100 crons. Is Manos Fisher worth it? I bought 10 Manos Fisher, but I still have 10 distortion earrings. I can sell and got Karazat, should I? Do you mean pen Manos Fishers? No. The investment on return for that 100 extra mastery is not like you're fine with a Tet for a long time. You're not going to see too much difference between Tet and pen Manos, I promise you. There's a lot of diminishing returns the higher and higher and higher you go. for your mastery. Max mastery, I believe, is 3,000 now. But yeah, like as long as you are like around the 1,600 to 2,000 range, you're good. You're Gucci, you know. Of course, you're gonna see some better, return for having closer to 3,000, but the amount of investment to get 3,000 mastery or to get closer to 3,000 mastery is definitely, again, significant diminishing returns on investment. Oh, you're asking if you should sell it. Do you fish at all? Like, is that your primary AFK method? Or do you do other things for AFK? Do you do any like training? Because if you sell your Ted Fisher's clothes, then just do something else other than fishing, you know? But if you do use it all the time, then I'm kind of leaning towards just, you know, staying with it. Because you're getting pretty much 100% of value from that Fisher's clothes because you use it every night, right? Whereas if you were doing other things every night,
System
then
says
maybe not so much.
Chimstad has raided the channel with 28 viewers.
Oh my god.
Chimstad and the crew with a raid of 28 viewers. Welcome to the Raccoon Chaos, where gaming shenanigans and fun never end. Let's make this raid an epic gaming adventure.
Chimster, thank you so much for the follow, for the raid. Oh my god, I'm an autopilot right now. Thank you so much for entrusting me with your viewers. I really appreciate it. How was your stream? We were just talking about we were doing boss splits earlier and just talking about classes. It's just a very the very common question. Oh, what class should I play? Or like, what's the best PvE class? You know. And I was going on my whole spiel about, oh, make sure that when you're choosing a class that you also consider the aesthetics and the playstyle, because not everybody wants to be doing the high effort grind. Some people just want to chill, have a comfortable grind. I'm also a little bit sick, and so I apologize for sounding a little bit under the weather. Oh, also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And then right after this, we're going to be, well, not completely right after, but we'll set up for Orzekia. We're gonna do some Orzekia grinding after. What's your current progression right now, McGrennan? What's your gear score? Because I kind of want to say, this might be unpopular opinion, but I kind of want to say you stick with your Kaposhas until you get Karazads. Just like you would like make a base Karazad and enhance up from there until it's better than your Kaposha accessories. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now with the whole like gearing system in BDO right now. Is that if you're starting out brand new character, do your seasons, get your free pen black stars and stuff like that, get your free pen boss gear, wear your Kaposhas, and then straight to base Karazads is my thinking. I don't know if that is the best way to go about it, but it just feels like that's the way things are now. Ah! Oh my god, whisper. Oh my god. How hard is Shy for C10 Sangoon? I'm planning to tag one. I have no idea. Quite. I've never done Sangoon C10 on my Shies, so I have no idea. I've always known Shy to be a very good boss splits class, so I'm sure you might have an easier time than other classes. Oh, you know who would know? Wutaru would probably know. I'm sure he's done C10 Sangoon on his Shy. Oh, the guaranteed pen Jatina. True, true. That could be a good stepping stone. Hi, Nokoi. How are you? We just got done with the Oldmoon podcast earlier, and then we did our boss splits. And now we're just waiting until it's daytime. It's almost daytime. Daytime in about 9 minutes. Until we go to Orzekia to do some grinding over there. Kairos, hi. Have you heard of the term backshots? Like a gaming term? Backshots gaming term? Or like the OnlyFans term backshots, you know what I mean? Which one? Who's me? OnlyFans for sure. Yeah. I am an of age male, so yes. I'm a male who is of age. And most males who is of age would definitely know about backshots. You know what I mean? Dude, you're glad you asked? Why? What's happening? Are you receiving or giving any backshots anytime soon? I just like the response. Oh, I see. Hi, Karas. How are you? I'm a little bit sick right now. I caught something. I went to the eye. I went to get an eye exam at the optometrist the other day, and I think I caught something on the way. Because on the way there I was fine, and then on the way back, or like when I got home, I started feeling things in my nose specifically where it started closing up, and then my sinuses were like, hello, can you open us up? And I'm like, I'm trying. A little schnozzy, yeah. But on the bright side, my optometrist said that she was looking, she put these eye drops in my eyes, right, that dilate your eyes. And so dilate, if you guys don't know what dilate means, it like enlarges the pupils in your eyes so that when the eye doctor shines a light through them, she can like see inside of the eyes to see if you have any, I don't know, if you have like glaucoma or something. Thankfully, I don't have any like serious eye conditions, just like nearsightedness. And so, and also she said I have beautiful blood vessels in my eyes. So I think she was trying to rizz me up, which is kind of crazy. Optometrist for nose issues. No, not my nose issues. I was getting an eye exam. I needed to update my what is it called? My vision, you know. That's quite a line. I'm gonna try that one. Yeah, next time you guys look into somebody's eyes, just say they have beautiful blood vessels. That'll get them. Last time we went to the eye doctor, I was told I had fighter pilot vision. What is fighter pilot vision? Like you have perfect vision? Paros? I'm jealous. If that is the case. Damn. Yeah, I imagine if you're nearsighted, you probably can't get those jobs. Dang, you can see clearly. You can see clearly now, the rain has gone. Do, do, do. You're a blind fire by eyes. Do, do. You see what the wind tells you. Do, do, do. I was like thinking about what kind of glasses I would want to get, because my mom was like talking about progressive lenses, and it would be like half. Well, I'm like wondering, why would I need okay, so if you guys know what progressive lenses are, like let's say, you know how like some people have reading glasses, you know what I mean? And so how it would work is that like if you tilt your lenses, or like you look through like the bottom part of your lens to, I guess, read or something like that, and then you look through the top part to see farther away. But I just have nearsightedness. I can see fine close up. I just can't see fine far away, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't think I need progressive lenses. Same thing with like the shades, you know how like
System
they're
says, Just 10 has raided the channel with 6
Juice.
viewers.
Oh my god, thank you so much
Welcome
for the raid.
Just 10 and the squad with a raid of 6 viewers. The Raccoon Kingdom is buzzing with gaming energy. Let's dive into adventures and create epic memories together.
Juice, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. What'd you do on stream today? Welcome everybody from Juice's stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is raccoon. I'm a little sick right now, so that's why I sound a little bit schnozy. But I was just talking about, I went to the eye doctor the other day to get like updated, you know, vision numbers or whatever it's called. And we were just talking about like different lenses. Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. You enhanced 16 Tet Manos Fisher for profit? Oh my god. Good for you. Good for you. 14 hours? Oh man, yeah, go get some rest. Yeah. Jesus. Do 20 to 30 bill. Oh sheesh. You can't see what's important, Oscar. True. There's also lenses where it like if you're in the sun, like if the UV rays hit your lenses, it turns it into basically like shades. But I feel like that's a little tacky, you know? Because I feel like if you're gonna wear shades, it's gonna be like shades, right? Like actual shades, shade glasses. Repo sometime. I've actually never played Repo before, Kairos. I just haven't had a chance. But yeah, I'm so down to play some Repo sometime. I just need to find some time. Time to play it. Maybe we can pop our cherry together. True. How's the news pop in Trinia? It's been pretty good. Just I've only done 1 hour here, which was when I first released. So we're doing our second hour here, but I enjoyed my time actually. I actually put out a video on my YouTube channel. It's my latest video, and just like my first thoughts on it and what kind of money you can make. And so if you guys want to check out the tubes, I also stream on the tubes if anybody prefers to watch me on the tubes. Azure, of course. Yeah, I'm glad you were down to go. I've been reaching out to a lot of content creators, and you know, sometimes they I'm just trying to figure out like who would be like a good vibe or fit, you know. And so I was like thinking you would definitely be a good vibe and fit, because there are some more um what do you call it? Uh I just won't talk about it. Maybe it's safer. If I know anything about the internet and being canceled, it's best if I just keep those thoughts private, you know. We're just gonna have the people who are like good vibes on, you know. I'm still waiting for Jay to finish the character portraits. I don't think I'll ever finish them. No, quite. I can try to do one that you want, but these are the only ones I'm doing, and then I'm done. I'm just new podcast. Yeah, we just did the new podcast, or the newest episode earlier, and so you could always watch it on like my VODs if you want to see it early, or you can check it out on usually Blue uploads it every Saturday, so today. So it should be up on his YouTube channel or Spotify or Apple Podcasts whenever he gets around to it. And we're just about to grind the new grind spot. I'm just feeling I'm missing something. Oh, my crystals, right. I like to run some gin crystals here, just to make sure I have a little bit of safety in the room. I'm like wondering, should I just do a stalwart fortitude instead? So this gives me 13 DR. This one gives me only 10. We'll go for the defensive. I think the defensive might be better. Okay. I kind of want to refill my water real quick, guys, before we start. So let me go do that real quick. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. All right, hello, I'm back. All right, let's head over to Elvia. Wait, is this a block? Oh, dang, I thought we had a dark rift. I was like, ooh, another deck attempt. Dude, hi Luna, hi. Oh, Rush is here. Luna, do you by chance use Twitter a lot by chance? I personally don't use Twitter very much, but I'm just like scrolling down sometimes, like doom scrolling sometimes. Wait, what happened here? Oh, you gotta start in the middle here. Okay, got it. I had choice if it was down. I said, yep, as long as it's during the evening. Okay. I think it's up to like 4 or 6 players or something, Carlos. What about you, Carlos? Do you use any Twitter a lot? Because there's somebody who I have known on Twitter for a while now, and they're also another content creator who I don't know if they started in BDO, but they did BDO for a bit, and then they moved on to do more like VTube stuff. And they literally got canceled, guys. Like I've seen people get canceled before, but this is the first time I've seen somebody that I know, not like personally, but just known them as a content creator, get like literally canceled by the internet, which is kind of insane. And oh man, I'm scared. Like I'm scared of like what will be the first thing that I do to get myself canceled, you know? I'm just trying to think. I feel like something that, okay, I have said things in the past as a content creator that I would not make like the same jokes now. Like I still feel like I make some edgy jokes, like more like lewd edgy jokes still, but I feel like I've made some in the past that I would not make today, you know. Go like finding those ones. Go like but that's something that I think that I would be canceled for if I were like continuing on. Like someone's gonna dig up something I said like 2 years ago and be like, I can't believe you said that about this other person. And we're like, oh, my bad, you know. And then I'll put like the, you know, the YouTuber apology, like, I'm sorry guys, I'm going to grow from it, you know what I mean? I was young, I'm growing as a person. You know those YouTuber apologies? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm stalling too much. I need to grind. Okay, I think we should be good. VTube drama. Yeah. The drama. I'm like, okay. Not that I'm into drama or anything like that, but I can't deny that some of it is entertaining. Like, you know, entertaining in a way that's like, I can't believe that they would do that. You know what I mean? Especially if it's somebody that you knew, right? Somebody you knew as a content creator in the same game that you've played before together with them, right? That they would literally just get canceled off, right? And what they did was, yeah, it was definitely not something you should do. I won't like speak on the details of it because, you know, you guys would probably find out who I'm talking about, but I'm just keeping it as vague as possible. But oh man, be careful what you do on the internet, guys, because it will be, anything you say can and will be used against you. That is what I learned from this VTuber's drama. Holy. And like, you know those like VTuber news channels too? Like to be in there, like featured as somebody who got canceled for doing this or that. Like, oh my god. That must be, like, I can't imagine what that person's feeling. I'm sure, like, you know, many thoughts like, oh, it's over, you know, like I can't do this anymore. You know, they're just off the internet space forever. For some tea, I just can't read on it on Twitter. Too much for me. Yeah. I do think Twitter, there's a lot of people on Twitter that say things that you wouldn't normally say to somebody IRL, for sure. Like, that's like, there's some horrendous things on there for sure. But it's just crazy to think about. I was like sucked in. Like, I couldn't stop reading like about the details of like what had happened, because again, it just came up on my feed. Like, I saw one person talking about the person that I know, and I'm like, what did they do? Like, you want to figure out, because you always known this person as a very nice person too. That's like the crazy part. Is like for the majority of your interactions together, they've always been very, very positive. And so, like, in the beginning, I was like in disbelief. I'm like, there's no way that this person said that or did this, you know? But the evidence is pretty the evidence is like pretty damning. You know, it's like it's like, how do you defend that? Like, I want to defend this person because I know them to always have like positive interactions with me, but like it's making it hard to defend them if this thing that they did was just horrible. Jesus Christ, guys. And then I'm like thinking, am I a bad friend for not defending them? You know what I mean? I'm starting to question myself, you know? Like, should I be defending this person if I want to be a good friend? But then I don't want to like get caught up in everything, you know? You know what I mean? The tea. You're a good friend, but a bad gang member. Is that how that works? I see. How the song was just released like a week ago, kind of a bomb. This one? Dude, it is a bop, yeah. I like the vibe of this. Doo -doo, doo -doo. I got my Ators on seasonal, just to realize I can't use it here. Oh. You got your Ator shoes? What? How? Like, did you get the flame off the marketplace? Oh, I'm like, wait, how did you get Ator's shoes? You meant the heart. Okay. I was like, what? That's impressive if you did. If you managed to get your Ator's shoes in seasonal, holy. Now you give me a gold? No. Don't go for your tour shoes in seasonal, guys. You're not gonna have a good time, I promise. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Yeah, I caught in a sticky situation there. Okay, it's okay. I got a lot of recovery. To ride, I'm up to ride. Oh my god, I didn't have my Agris up. I knew I forgot something. You're asking around. Okay, I'm not gonna be available tonight, Karos, if that's what you were hoping for. I do have church tomorrow morning, so I gotta go to bed early. Church, gotta pray. But yeah, I'm definitely down sometime in the near future. I would like to play with Susie, but she's out for a couple weeks, so it might be a day later. Yeah, as long as there's enough time notice, yeah. Like a decent amount of time notice for the session, you know? Then I'm gooch. Still trying to figure out a good combo here. Because I do want to try to incorporate Perilous Waltz as soon as I can. That 30 extra DP helps significantly. Oh my god. This guy's hurting me. Have you done the Orzekia yet, or Karos? Are you an Orzekia enjoyer? I'm liking it way more than I thought I would. I was really hoping it was a party grind spot, but this has been pretty fun as well. Just need to get used to some of the animations here so I don't die. You haven't yet? You could try it out. Even if you're not the appropriate gear score for it, you're still making a lot of money, but you do have to put in a lot of effort to survive if you're not appropriate gear score. My gear score isn't that bad. What's your gear score right now, Carlos? $780. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good for here. Good to see Buxa seem decently comfy here. Yeah, there's a lot of defensive layers that she has. So as long as you understand those defensive layers for her, then you're Gucci. Don't do her at nighttime though. I think any class would struggle here at nighttime. Because you really do rely on your forward guard to be the majority of the trading, like damage trading. And so nighttime will just obliterate your forward guard. You're not gonna clear the fastest here. I do find that my clear speed in comparison to some videos that I watch is on the slower side, but I'm glad that I'm having a comfortable time here. Do you guys vendor cron on NA? Yeah, we do. Yeah, and we have started NA cronning at the vendor. If I get any costumes, poggies. But let's say I'm ready to tap and there's no costumes, I'm not waiting. I gotta do that tap now, you know? Mhm. Mhm, 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 mhm. I feel I should incorporate some more pre-awakening stuff for the combo here. Okay, maybe I do soul shock a little bit later on there. Okay, that was pretty good. Mm-hmm. I got 3 full quest lines done today. Valkama Lakita. I got parked at Desert Focus for tomorrow. Oh my gosh. You're progressing really fast this one on. Let's go. Mm-hmm. And you started like 2 weeks ago, didn't you? Alert phase 3. That means after the boss is gonna spawn. Ooh. Two main quest lines left. Might wait until at least I get my mini infinite pot. Well, I think there is a quest from Jatina that gives you 100 Atanas elements, isn't there? Does anyone remember that? I don't think that was an event, right? I think that was like a permanent thing that was added. And so you can pick up your infinite mini pot like right away with that quest. And I think Jatina or Fugar usually has those kinds of quests, but I remember that being a thing. Is that you're basically given a free potion piece. Ooh, a Deboreka earring. Let's go. Is that what it is, Floppy? 4 quests giving 25? Yeah. You must have missed one. Yeah, check your quest, like your OTA. I think it might be under suggested. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Does that go through forward guard? Hopefully not. Oh my god. Oh. That one, she turns last moment. I remember that attack. Okay. Another Deboreka earring. Sheesh. Oh my god. Yeah, this area, guys, I'm not even clearing that fast. I'm just clearing like very average to below average, and I'm making like so much money here. Maybe I'm just get lucky with the Deboreka drops, but holy moly. If you guys can do this spot, definitely do this spot. This spot is like so good for money. I guess the biggest caveat to this spot is that you cannot turn your brain off. Like you have to lock in for this grind spot. No locking out. No being unlocked, you know? Oh, this little ball thing helps so much with damage, I notice. It's pretty good. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good solid foundation for the abilities I need to be using here. Oh, started basic attacking. Oh, I hate that attack so much. I hate that it goes like through your forward guard. When he's dashing, you gotta watch out for that. That attack there. Like, wondering should I stay near a wall so he like bumps into the wall. Yeah, like right now. See. You're off for the night. All right, Thistle. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I really appreciate it. See you again soon. Oh, he's dashing. This guy's be dashing. He's dashing again. What the frick, man? He's dashing again. Stop dashing, man. What the hell? This guy's hurting me. Oh my god, I got my first death. Nar. Nor. I lost a Jin Max Crystal. Sag. I was getting a little bit greedy with my forward guards there. The mosquito thing? Yes, the mosquito one. The lion one does the most damage, I find, and the centurion one doesn't really do too much. So in terms of difficulty, it would be this guy, and then... Well, maybe it's a tie. Because at least this guy doesn't, like, dash around too often. He just does a lot of damage. But whenever he's in that roar attack, I should be a little bit more cautious. Do I have any more Jin max HP crystals? I don't. At least these aren't too expensive. You love is on the moon. Okay, and then let me put that back in. Okay. Let's get back into the flow of things here. I really need to make use of my Perilous Waltz DP buff. I feel like that's one mistake I keep forgetting to do. So that definitely makes me significantly more tanky. Getting a little bit of lag spikes. Maybe it's because of all the effects. Maybe it's this spot. Maybe I'm like loading in some assets. Notice there's a little bit of a shade change. I guess the only thing with Perilous Waltz, I gotta be careful about the positioning, because it might make the mobs move a little bit too much. They turn really fast too. It's a little bit hard to get some back attacks here. Especially if you're slower class. Yeah, maybe I just do that. I just do like the first hit of Nether Blast. I've been trying to fit in the second hit, but I think it might be better to get that first hit in as soon as possible. I'm also wondering if attack speed and move speed debuffs work on these mobs. So if I can attack speed debuff them, that would actually increase my survivability a lot. Maybe it does. Maybe it's just a placebo effect. Are they actually getting slowed? Yeah, this guy doesn't want to give me a chance for the booty attacks. Dude, I need to catch him during that attack where he like pokes multiple times. Here this guy goes again. This guy's just spinning all the time. He's spinning to winning. I'm greeting it. I'm greeting for it. I greeted. Yeah, as soon as I dash, they just turn. Damn. Let's respect the damage on that one. I think that's the one that killed me last time. Doo-doo-doo. Hi, Crimson Wisp. How are you? We just got done with the Oldmoon podcast earlier, and now we're just doing some Warzekia. What about you, Crimson Wisp? What are you up to right now? Do some coding for the game. Oh. Which game? Which game? Which game? For BDO? Open world RPG. Is this like an indie game that you're working on? Or is it for like a big company? Indie. I've always wanted to get into just indie games in general. There's just something about them, something charming about indie games that, like those like big AAA companies, just it's hard for them to hit the mark like indie games. I'm sure you've as an indie gamer or indie developer yourself, I'm sure you've heard of like Stardew Valley, right? Stardew Valley had very humble beginnings. It was like a solo developer, right? Concerned Ape, and his story like really inspired me to really look into game development and what it all takes and whatnot. And he was like a one-man army. Like he literally did all the art, the coding, and the music himself in the game. Like what? Jesus. So talented. I guess if you put your mind to it, right? Super rewarding? Yeah, I bet. Dude, how long have you been working on this project of yours? It has been a while now. Is it nearing completion by chance? Do you need any beta testers by chance? Not nearing completion because a lot of stuff I need to work on alone. Hopefully I will let you know once I open the beta test. Okay. What kind of an open world RPG is it? Like what's the dynamic like? Is it like your traditional, like, you know, pick a class, you know, like knight, mage, archer kind of dealio, that kind of vibe? These guys just all bypassed my forward guard because they were like at the side. That's so annoying. Story based. Are you writing the whole story as well? Do you have anybody that's helping you with the project, or is it just a solo endeavor? Man, this guy's hurting me. Help. This guy is being rude. Oh my god. Recover HP. I hope he doesn't move back any further. His little leash. I'm using my own life experiences to convert it into some fantasy and implementing on it. I see. A personal story. Will it have any voice acting? Don't have any voice acting. An immersive experience. Prologue story is done. 2.5 characters done. Environment is done. Animation. Oh my! So you're close. Didn't you just say that you're not nearing completion? But like, it sounds like you're nearing completion. The coding part is not. I see. I see. I guess I didn't think about that. I've never done coding. Is coding hard? Is coding hard? Oh, I got S rank on her. Let's go. Crazy. $50-50. I see. I see. What language is it in? Is it in like C++, Java, or something? Coding is easier than getting 790 gear score. Really, Inokoi? Have you done coding yourself, Inokoi? Are you a coding person? You like to code? C++. Oh. Is C++ the whole like if-then statements? Is that what it is? Is that what C++ is? I'm trying to remember. Hey Dylan, that's like asking how hard is it to tell the story. Depends on the story. Do you agree with Inokoi's assessment that coding is easier than getting to 790 gear score? Hi Dylan, how are you? No. Oh. If there was like a BDO equivalent to coding, what would it equate to? 790 gear score is just doing the same thing over and over until you're finished. Okay. Dylan, by chance, do you use Twitter by chance? Because I don't use Twitter too much. It's mostly like promoting my streams and like videos, like, oh, hey guys, put a new video out. But I recently, like literally a couple days ago, somebody that I knew got canceled, like actually canceled. And this is the first time I've seen some, like I've seen people get canceled before, but like this is the first time I've seen somebody like I know get canceled before, like actually canceled. And I was like thinking, oh no, like what if, like if I was to get canceled by something, what would it be, you know? And I was like thinking, what would be the first thing I would do for people to cancel me? And I kind of feel like I make like a lot of lewd, edgy jokes sometimes. And I feel like I might say something that might get me canceled because of my lewd, edgy jokes sometimes. But at the same time, guys, I don't know, I couldn't stop. Okay, so here's my thought process, right? Because I know this person as a content creator, right? Like I've interacted with them before, I've rated them, they rated me before, and I'm just like, when I first saw the first, like I've always had a very positive reception of this person. Like I've never known them to be or ever seen them in a negative light, right? And so my thought process was like, when I first saw that somebody was tagging this person in this post, saying that they did these things, right, that like very uncharacteristic that I know them of, right? Like maybe they are that way, I just never seen it until now. But holy moly, like after I read the first one, I like looked into it because I just couldn't believe it, right? I was in disbelief at what I was seeing. Like there was no way that this person would do this, right? But the evidence was pretty, like, there was like, how do you refute what everybody's like saying, right? Like literally so many people came out to tell their story or like my experience with this person, right? And I'm like, what? And of course, like, there's going to be haters, right? There's going to be haters who just don't like you for whatever reason and whatnot. But I don't think this was the case. Well, of course, they were hating on that person because they did this thing, right? But, you know, this is like hating, but because of something specific rather than hating just to hate, you know? And so I was just really surprised. You might get hit by a car tomorrow. True. You never know. You never know what life has in store for you. What's that one saying? Life is like a box of chocolates. Something like that. Something about chocolates and boxes. And I'm keeping it vague on purpose, right? But I just thought it was very insightful because I'm a content creator. And, you know, I do want to continue to do content creator things. And then for them to just be, like, they had a pretty big following, right? They had a very substantial following. And for them to just lose their entire internet being, right? Would it be too much information if I said that they were a VTuber? Would that be too much information that they were also a VTuber with a pretty big following? And now they're graduating. That's what they say, guys. I don't know if you guys know the term graduating for VTubers, but essentially it means you're ending your content creation for that, you know, for the time being. But holy moly. Why do they call it graduating? I mean, I never really looked into the whole like lore behind it, but if I had to give it a logical guess, graduating, if it just like we know what graduating is, right? Graduating from high school, graduating from college, something's ending, right? Like your journey from the start of high school to the end of high school is ending, right? Same thing with college. The journey from your start to learn about this or that is ending. So something about ending is what I can deduce from the whole term of VTuber lingo of graduating, is that they're ending their content creation for that, VTuber persona or whatever they were doing, Hi, Butters. Weird. I'm sure there's like a better explanation than I can give, Dalen. Like I'm sure you have. Don't you have your like your chat GPT thing? Oh, I can ask Little J. Can you guys ask Little J for me? Can you guys be like, oh, why is the term graduating used when a VTuber ends their career or something like that? What is the story behind that? Did I tell him? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You're doing too much AI stuff. Was the AI stuff you were doing that broke your GPU happen to rhyme with the word corn by chance? Did that happen to rhyme with corn by chance? Or yeah, Medozin has a point. Yeah, was the AI related to something that rhymes with Muay Thai, like the kickboxing from Thailand, Muay Thai? It rhymed with flowers. Guys, what rhymes with flowers? Powers. Like you lost Austin Powers. Yeah. Mike Myers. You've seen that I have. Oh, was it the one with your cousin? Was it your cousin, your sibling, your family member that they were like painting? Was it that one? And then you took their painting and started generating AI stuff with their painting? Was that the one? That's what broke your GPU? That's kind of lame, to be honest. God. Not like the flowers are lame, but the reason your GPU died was because of flowers. You know what I mean? That's such a lame reason. You're canceled? Damn it. I was doing so well. You better start graduating? Yeah. True. That's kind of harsh, Mr. Well, okay, I was like, if it was like, if it was like, you know, it rhymed with corn or it rhymed with Muay Thai, I would be like, oh yeah, that's a much more interesting answer.
Graduating is a term VTubers use when they retire their character/persona.
Yeah, there you go.
It symbolizes moving on to new adventures or projects outside of tubing.
There we go.
It's like saying farewell to one chapter and opening the door to the next.
Exactly. But yeah, I was like like if you were going to break your GPU, right, with AI generation, like flowers was the last thing on my mind of what would break it, you know? That's why I thought it was a little bit lame. That generating flowers broke your GPU instead of generating Muay Thai or generating corn. That was a little bit boring, you know. Jay doesn't appreciate the effort. What the heck? You're doing AI stuff. What do you mean the effort? Doing AI stuff isn't just waving a magic wand. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. I know, like, I'm sure there's some sort of like crazy stuff behind it, but sometimes it is. Like, like I have like a general idea of what you potentially need to do that AI stuff, right? It takes a lot of like setup and to get it going in the first place. But sometimes it is. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Well, I'm not saying like the whole setup thing is sometimes it is, but more so like, let's say you're using an AI program, right? Like ChatGPT. Like if you're asking ChatGPT, oh, like, you know, like what is the question? Like you're asking a question, right? And then it gives you an answer, you know, that's what I mean by like waving a wand. Okay. Just to make things clear, you know? When are we playing Repo? Actually, Kairos was here earlier. I don't know if were you there, Butters? Kairos was here like 30 minutes ago. He was asking to play Repo, and I said, "Yeah, I'm down another night. I can't do it tonight because I am going to church tomorrow, but I'm down another night." And I don't know if Kairos already found people, but I'm definitely down sometime. Even with all my workflows set up, it would just take days before I'm happy with the idea. I mean, there's different degrees of waving the wand. Maybe that's the best way to put it, is that the degree of waving your wand depends on what you're looking for. And if I'm just looking for a question or an answer to a question, that's like waving the wand very, very lightly, you know? Tool. Yeah, exactly. Depending on the job, then you would need to put more effort in. Of course, of course. I understand that. I do try my best to keep up with like AI stuff, Galen. I mean, I don't know if you keep up with any VTuber stuff, but AI stuff is like a very serious thing in the VTuber community. And so I understand like the different perspectives of it, you know? You have your perspective of it as someone who uses it as a tool, as a, you know, as a developer on the technical side, right? But the VTuber side or like the art side is like, I've seen many perspectives. I don't know what my stance is on it completely yet. I'm still like figuring that out, but I have seen many different perspectives on how people feel about it. And so I haven't completely made up my mind because I know it's a really amazing tool. And I use ChatGPT all the time for just like basic things like cooking recipes too. Like, oh, like, should I do this or should I do that? Or just questions about games and stuff in general, like, or just like facts, right? I use it all the time in that way, you know. But AI is definitely going to continue moving forward, and I think anybody who thinks that, you know, I know there's a lot of people who want to stop AI from going forward, but I think it's not. It's gonna keep continuing to evolve and get better and better and better to the point where maybe we might not even able to distinguish between human and AI, right? I feel like we're getting close. It's made so many big advancements, you know? So don't worry, I have been trying to understand it as best as I can. And I just feel like the context from our conversation right now, I'm not trying to make fun of it, Dalen, I promise you. I'm not. So just to be clear and give you clarity on like why I'm saying the things I'm saying, right? I'm trying to be as informed as possible. And I kind of feel like, judging from the way you reacted to me, is that you've had this like conversation with somebody else who didn't take it like seriously, right? But don't worry, I am taking AI stuff very seriously. And I understand what's happening. Maybe not to the level of extent that you do, but I'm trying my best to be as informed as possible, you know? But I'm just a BDO player and a VTuber, so I'm trying my best out here, you know? We trying, Dayland. But what I will tell you, Dayland, is that AI has gotten really good at creating things that rhymes with socks. It's crazy. Anybody else? Kyoya20, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm just like imagining you just came into the stream and that's the first thing you heard. That's hi, my name is JaykunVT, V before the T. I respect my friends' opinions, but I personally don't care what other people think. It helps me flex my creative muscle, make cool stuff happen. So people can take a hike. I try to be respectful of other people's work, like Cousin Spading. She's very supportive of what I've done so far. Yeah, again, as I mentioned before, Dylan, there's many different perspectives that I've seen. Yours is another one of them on the more positive side, and I've seen others on the more negative side. So I haven't like had my full, like I'm still like learning on figuring out what my main stance on it yet is, because I do use AI tools myself, like ChatGPT. I mean, I don't go too much further than ChatGPT, because I don't know, I feel like I'm too dumb to use the tool even better than ChatGPT, because I just, again, as you mentioned before, like the amount of the things you do, right? It depends on what you do with the AI. for it to be more complex, right? And I'm just like looking up like cooking recipes or like questions or like answers to like simple questions. So that's to the extent of what I use it for. Like, can you check my grammar? Or can you elaborate on this sentence better for my email to this person, right? That's what I'm mainly using ChatGPT for, and it's free and it's easy to use in that way. So I really like using it in that way for sure. Oh my God, Leafson, hi. Hi, Leafson. We're just talking about AI stuff. Do you use any AI tools and whatnot like ChatGPT? I feel like a lot of people have used ChatGPT like at least once in their life, you know. Me too. And so Dalen here has been working on AI things, and we were just talking about the whole AI stuff. And I'm a VTuber, and I don't know if you follow any VTuber stuff, but VTuber community is for the most part really against the AI stuff. And I've seen like the things that, you know, the amazing things that it can do, but I can also see the other implications that it could be issues of, you know. So I'm trying to see it from all different kinds of perspectives right now. So one of the fun things that I have incorporated for AI too is Lil J, you know, my little raccoon companion. Just like a little fun, harmless thing to do. But again, I can see why people might be scared of what's to come if we cannot distinguish between the two anymore. Like it just blends in with reality. And Dalen here has mentioned that we're already there. We're already there. The new spot is really fun. This spot's really fun. I'm actually enjoying myself way more than I thought. And then once you get used to the animations, it's not too bad too. Like I've already pretty much gotten to the point where I can just ramble. I don't have to lock in as much. I used to need to lock in just completely for the spot, but I don't have to lock in as much anymore. Oh my God, she went through me. I think that was like a freaking Draconi attack. Okay. We got 15,000 trash, 2 Debos, 10 Gem of Voids. Pretty good. Some Blackstones. I didn't really count the dust, but yeah, that's pretty much like 2.5 bill right there. Are the Gem of Voids already max price? The noise of generative AI on the internet worries me. Philosophy channels made 1 month ago with like 50 videos and regular uploads. Oh yeah, there's a lot of AI generated content lately. Yeah, I have noticed that. Oh man, it's not even max price. I wonder what it maxes out at. Because I do want to cash out. I haven't made any of the new crystals yet, but I do want to like cash out at max price if possible. Your guess is 100 million. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna hold on mine until it goes up more and more. In the moonlight. Okay, well. I think we'll wrap it up there because it is almost 11 p.m. and I have church at 8 a.m. in the morning. KR seems to be capped at 50. Okay. So maybe tomorrow I'll start selling. Tomorrow I'll start selling. Okay, let's set up our fishing here. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Ba ba. What am I? Yeah. Ba ba da ba 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 da da. Oh, I still need to do seasons for that new rod because my rod is like 200 durability now. I have not been really min-maxing the durability reduction, so people said it can last like a year if you have all the durability reduction stuff, but I did not do that. Hi, Papa Alicia. Wanted to say, yeah, we just got done with an hour of Orzekia. We're probably gonna do some more tomorrow, but yeah, I have church tomorrow at like 8 a.m. So we just had a lot of discussions. Discussions about oh my god, on Twitter I saw somebody get canceled. Like I mean I've seen people get canceled before, but like this is the first time I've seen somebody that I know get canceled before, and I was like, it was shocking. It was very shocking. And then we were just talking about AI as well. My friend Dalen here has been working a lot with AI, and I'm a VTuber, and so I've seen also the VTubers community stance on AI and the art community stance on AI and stuff like that. So there's some positive perceptions on it and negative perceptions, and I'm just kind of like on the fence right now. Like I use AI tools like ChatGPT all the time for
It's
like
dark.
writing emails
Wait, that
better or
means you
something
can't
like
see me right
that,
now.
etc. Grammar.
No, I can't. Okay.
But it's gonna keep advancing. It's gonna keep going, guys. It's gonna keep getting better and better to the point where it can't even distinguish between human or AI anymore. And maybe we're already here. Maybe we're already here, you know what I mean? But anyways, guys, I'm going to wind down for the night. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really, really appreciate you guys' support. Doing AI is good, but it's just a tool. Yeah. Okay, AI has been also, I've noticed that AI is really good at creating images that rhymes with socks. It's crazy. Anyways, I'll send you guys over to someone for now. Who's streaming right now? B, hi Beeb. Oh my god, it's been so long, Beeb. Yeah. Have you still been playing Throne and Liberty? Have you still been have you still been enjoying Throne and Liberty? Socks, yeah. Oh, you're done with that. Oh, what have you been up to, Beebs? What have you been up to? Repo for Life. Oh, I still haven't played Repo yet. Yeah, I heard that it was a really fun game. Yeah, it's up to like 6 players, isn't it? Have you played Lethal Company before? I'm still looking for. Oh my god, Moshi's playing Repo right now. Maybe we can raid Moshi. She's one of my really good friends, guys. She's also a fellow video content creator, art streamer, very talented at art, and she also plays a lot of video games, a lot of BDO. She also played Throne and Liberty for a bit of time, and so we'll send you guys over to Moshi for now. Oh, you can mod it. I haven't looked at them. What the frick? Why is she's been up for 19 hours? What the frick? Is she doing like a 24-hour stream? What is going on? Has she been playing Repo for 19 hours? There's no way, right? But anyways, can you guys spam my raid email? We need to catch up sometime, Beams. Yeah, maybe we can play some Repo together. I've been thinking about doing some community sessions for Repo and variety games like that. But yeah, we should catch up sometime. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, We're gonna be doing some more grinding. Maybe okay, so Kairos was asking me if I wanted to play some repo. I don't know when, but maybe we can discuss it tomorrow or something. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for some more grinding and maybe some variety game later that night. So I'll see you guys over at Moshi's channel. Again, can you guys spam my rating emote when we head over there? I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye.